Like, you know, and I'll be like, oh, thanks.
Good morning. Welcome to our September 14, 2023 Oregon Transportation Commission meeting in Eugene, Oregon. Welcome to everyone that has joined us either virtually or is in the audience. We're thrilled to be here in Eugene. We're just coming off of a tri-state commission meeting with it was Washington and California. So the three of us met, talk about transportation issues across our three states. Today, we have a pretty full agenda, so I'm going to move people rather quickly so we can get through the day. But we will start with public comments. So at this time, we'll start with the virtual commenters. And Sarah, Sarah, I'm sorry, I'm going to butcher your name.
You can just call.
There she. I swear I'm going to get this right before I leave this chair position.
Well, good morning, Chair Brown and esteemed members of the Oregon Transportation Commission. I apologize for my difficult to pronounce last name. It is Sarah Iannarone. I am Executive Director of the Street Trust, and I had the privilege of serving on the Oregon Transportation Plan Update Coordinating Committee. And I'm here today to emphasize to you, as I did back in May and again in July, the critical importance of operationalizing the Oregon Transportation Plan, which you approved via ODOT's next strategic action plan. The OTP update was a significant achievement. It represents broad consensus on policies and priorities aimed at addressing pressing challenges such as climate change, equity, and safety. However, the true test lies in translating the values within the OTP into actionable steps through the SAP. And the OTP update supports significant forward progress, aligning Oregon's commitment to inclusive public participation with sustainable transportation solutions. But we can't stop at plan approval. Actual implementation of the OTP is now our focus, and the responsibility for this rests with you, the Commission, and in large part via ODOT's next SAP. As you know, transportation is the largest contributor to Oregon's greenhouse gas emissions, and to meet our state's climate and equity goals, we must transition away from carbon-intensive modes and prioritize compact land use, as well as investments in safety and public and active transportation, all of which generates green jobs. But while we work to secure sustainable and reliable transportation revenue through alternatives to the gas tax in coming legislative sessions and other efforts, it remains incumbent upon the OTC to ensure that ODOT addresses misalignments between policies and spending across the agency. The SAP, as currently presented, lacks clear actions to align ODOT spending with OTP priorities. Further, the SAP should establish a direct link between key performance indicators, which you approved in the OTP update, with agency staffing and spending via the next SAP. That will help us ensure that our investments align with our approved goals. As a gentle reminder, some of those KPIs you approved include reducing roadway fatalities, reducing household transportation costs for low-income people, reducing racial disparities in transportation access, reducing VMT per capita by 20% by 2050, and reducing CO2 per mile by 77% by 2050. One more final point. I do think that ODOT must broaden with urgency its action via the SAP to advance restorative justice for all Oregonians. Further community engagement may not be the answer. We're hearing again and again from communities what they want, which are critical investments in safety and public and active transportation. So we need to make sure that the action plan does forward historic steps to address historic injustices and promote more equitable mobility for Oregonians. It's our recommendation that what we're seeing in the SAP as presented here today is insufficient to forward progress on the OTP update, and you need to send staff back to the drawing board to outline more concrete actions that they will take in the next few years to build a transportation system that advances the OTP and serves all Oregonians equitably. Thank you very much for hearing my testimony today.
And thank you for coming once again and talking to us. We really appreciate your comments. and I look forward to more from you. So thank you, Sarah. Okay, our next citizen that is going to comment is Robert Butler. Is Robert? He's not. Okay. So we are going to move to in-person, and you can come up here to the table. The first person is Rob Interfield. So Transportation Planning Manager, City of Eugene. Welcome, Rob.
Good morning, Chair Brown, members of the Oregon Transportation Commission. I'm here to talk about transportation safety. So as you know, around 500 people a year continue to die on Oregon roadways. And I know that you all care deeply about transportation safety and preventing more lives from being lost. The question is, do we need to do things differently in order to change this pattern of losing around 500 people a year? So I have some suggestions for the Commission and ODOT staff on the non-infrastructure side of transportation safety. So first, I think we should acknowledge that this is a tough issue, that there's significant headwinds, that nationally fatalities have been increasing significantly, especially for people walking. And there are issues like distracted driving, larger vehicle sizes, and others that make our work more challenging. So I think just acknowledging that it's a tough issue is an important thing to do. And that's a challenge that we need to take on. Second, one of the lead entities in the state on transportation safety is the Oregon Transportation Safety Committee, which advises ODOT. It's a governor-appointed committee. It has 5 members and very low turnover. How can we expect a committee of 5 people to represent and advocate for the diversity of Oregonians on transportation safety issues? I really think we need a bigger committee if we're going to tackle this issue more effectively. I serve on 2 ODOT committees representing the League of Oregon Cities, the Public Transportation Advisory Committee and the Safe Routes Advisory Committee, and we both have around 15 people. And I think that makes for a much more effective committee, and also meeting recent mandates from the state legislature around the diversity of committees. I think when you have a bigger committee, it's easier to meet those goals and really reflect our state. So I suggest that the OTC and ODOT advocate to the legislature to increase the size of the OTSC to at least 15 people. Third, the Transportation Safety Office several years ago was folded into DMV, and it's mostly comprised of individual siloed program areas like car seat safety, driver's ed, DUI prevention, etc. And while I'm sure they all do good work within those silos, I don't get the sense, like I observe ODOT, like I really try to track what ODOT does on these issues because I care about it. And I just don't get the sense that, oh, and I don't know if I said this, but my job, what I do for a living is I'm the transportation planning manager for the city of Eugene. So I don't get the sense that they've really changed how they do things over the years. So if we're not lowering fatalities and serious injuries, like we need to start thinking about what can we do differently as an agency. And I think there needs to be stronger leadership in the safety office. It's Amy Joyce is just, seems like a strong leader in DMV, but that's a big division with a lot to do. And so I think there needs to be a stronger leadership in the safety office. I encourage ODOT to hire some strong, innovative managers in that office to really just give it more, look at how can we do things differently? How can we have more innovation, bring new people to the table on transportation safety? I think that's another issue with the safety offices. They're tending to talk to the same people every year. So lastly, I encourage the OTC and ODOT leadership to get more involved in the non-infrastructure side of transportation safety. What I've observed over the years is that the safety office will come once a year to request approval of the Transportation Safety Action Plan, but not much beyond that. And I think you have on your consent agenda, it's like driver DUI Awareness Month or something like that. So I know that safety is a priority for the commission, and I strongly encourage you to think and discuss more about what can we do differently to start bending the curve on this important issue. Lastly, I just want to thank you for coming down to Eugene. Thank you for coming on the tour yesterday and learning more about transportation issues in our community. And thank you for all your time and all that you do to serve our state.
Rob, first I want to thank you for helping with the tour and getting us all back here safely. We got to ride bikes yesterday on some of the paths, and they actually, I know a couple times Rob pointed out different areas and the other staff that are safety issues that really impact people who use bicycles or even the walking paths. So thank you for doing that. And I will look into the Transportation Safety Committee because that is where I cut my teeth. I also served on that before I was a commissioner, so I know the importance of it. And we'll be talking with the director about that. So thank you for bringing that forward. Okay, excuse me. Next is Emma Newman. Are you here? Yeah, great. Thank you for coming.
Good morning, Commissioners. Good to see you here in Eugene. I'm from Springfield. Now good to see you, Senator Leibert. I just want to take a moment to appreciate, so I'm from the Oregon Bicycle and Pedestrian Advisory Committee and speaking on behalf of the committee, but I just want to take a moment to appreciate all the great stuff that has happened already in the community. And I'm so glad to hear that you were out on the bike paths yesterday. This morning, I got to ride over from Springfield to this meeting, go on only local streets and the Ruth Bascom North Bank path along our beautiful Willamette Greenway on the Willamette River. So we are wanting to see more of that infrastructure so that everyone in our state can get where they need to go safely and healthily, and make sure that they can get access to where they need to get to. I mean, that's what transportation is really about. So our committee has been looking at the STIP specifically. So you're now seeing a decision before you for how to fund the 2027 to 2030 statewide transportation improvement program. It seems, having been in this transportation realm for a decade, that the same sort of thing comes around, where you have a STIP cycle, there's another 4-year period, there's some funding, there's usually not enough. How do we divide up the funding and do the best good with it? There has been progress with the strategic action plan that you're also discussing. A lot of policy shift has happened, and we're not yet seeing that shift occur within the funding. So our committee is wondering when there is going to be a shift in the structure of the STIP. Right now, it is different buckets. So there's, okay, you can fund accessibility, you can fund safety, you can fund bike ped, you can fund preservation, etc. You're very familiar with those buckets. The problem is that there's silos. So in actually trying to deliver the results that we want on our transportation system, there's different silos, and you can't actually produce the results as easily because of how it's structured. So OPAC would love to see, instead of putting the different focus areas up against each other and pitting them against each other, OPAC recommends funding multimodal complete streets projects that provide access, achieve the safety goals, address maintenance, and also produce the equitable outcomes that we all want to see. So that is the approach that we're encouraging you to do. As a state committee, we were down in Talent, Oregon in May, and we saw that it took a miracle to build 1 mile of highway in a complete streetway that's serving all the different users' needs. As humans, we want to serve the humans. It doesn't matter whether you're walking, biking, taking transit, driving a truck through the community to make sure that goods get to where they need to go. That project took at least 6 different funding programs to come together, coordinate just to get the funding queued up, including one-time COVID relief funds that we're not going to be seeing again. So instead of the miracle being the rare outlier, we would like to see the STIP restructured so that it can fund the complete street projects and the off-street paths that we want to be seeing more of across the entire state. So the recommendation from the committee, one way to achieve this outcome that we're seeking is to recommend a funding scenario that assigns all of the unallocated funds in the STIP to ODOT's Great Streets program, a relatively recent program that is achieving those complete streets on the urban highways that people are more consistently dying on at an alarming rate. Thanks to Rob's safety comments, I want to echo and support those, as well as the Oregon Community Paths Program, which is the funding source for the off-street paths that the gas tax funds cannot fund. Thank you for your time. I appreciate your leadership.
Thank you so much, and we appreciate your comments. Next, Kendall Helms there? Yes.
Morning. Good morning. Thank you for being here and letting me come in.
Absolutely.
So I live in Lincoln City, Oregon, and I work at a Coastal Shoes. So I park right on the highway. It's a 2-hour parking. I've been the only person in my whole block area that has gotten 5 parking tickets. I've talked to the local police. They sent me to the planning. I talked to the planning. They sent me to financing. They said they can issue me a permit to park in a public parking for 48 hours. But I don't need to park in a public parking. There's no public parkings right around our store where I can park from 9 to 5. I work Monday through Friday, 9 to 5, and I'm just trying to find out how or who I can talk to, who governs the times for parking. And Lincoln City, Oregon. Lindsay told me to talk to David Goldberg, my state representative, so I'll be contacting him to see if there's some kind of a compromise that we can come to, or I won't be getting parking tickets.
Well, we appreciate you coming with the comments. I do not have a clue who.
I talked to ODOT. ODOT gave me their rules and regulations. They say they don't govern and don't issue parking permits. I talked with Lindsay when I first got here. She's been really helpful.
Good.
Good.
I just want to, I almost feel like I've been profiled. I mean, I've gotten 5 parking tickets when other people park along the highway right where I do, and they've never gotten any parking tickets.
So the information you've had so far is correct, and we don't govern that. That said, I think there's some folks in the room that actually work with the staff along the coast that can probably help you get in contact with the right people. I'm guessing you should also probably contact the enforcement realm there as well.
Right, well, I talked to Sergeant Bomar, and he's the sergeant in charge for Lincoln City. And he said, Kendall, if it was me, I'd just leave you alone. You work there, right? 9 to 5? And I said, yeah, but it's the code enforcement that's giving me the tickets. And so I talked to Graving Horse also, and he said, well, it seems that you're a habitual offender. And when I see habitual offenders, I have to give them tickets. And I'm like, well, can't we come to some kind of compromise? Is there a permit I can buy or something so I can easily park on the highway and not get a ticket?
So I'm glad that Lindsay gave you some information, and I would contact them, start there, but it is, as you said, a city problem because I believe they have the parking jurisdiction on
correct.
that
I
highway.
should have a city council meeting and.
I know, I'm so sorry that you made the trek all the way over here.
No, I wanted to, I needed to.
Well, thank you, and I hope that you can stay and listen to some of the things.
I plan on it.
Well,
Thank you very
so
much.
Thank you.
Is Alan Hancock here? No, Alan. Okay, JP Lemke? Good morning.
Morning, thank you for having me, guys. So I'm here to comment a little bit on the strategic action plan, and I want to see projects I feel that better match the strategic action plan. So I feel currently right now that we are seeing a number of good projects, and I see great things in your strategic action plan. So it seems like you commissioners, you have a very good sense of like the climate emergency, safety concerns, equitability. I am, however, seeing a pattern of 20th century development that I feel like worsens some of the outcomes that we would like to see better, right? So, for example, along Highway 126 here, it's recently been proposed to expand the freeway in order to accommodate additional traffic between Benita and Eugene for commuters coming that direction, as well as the Rose Quarter project. I read a little bit about that. Ramp-to-ramp connections, this sort of thing, access ways added in. In addition, I have to give you guys credit for proposing a freeway cover as well there, so there's something very good in that project. But I also can't imagine, a climate or a carbon neutral future in which, that is designed with freeways in mind, right, of ramp-to-ramp connection and this sort of thing. I'm like, is that a zero carbon world in which an interstate just connects to another interstate more effectively, in which we're more effectively moving car traffic around? When it seems like cars are really the fundamental problem here, or rather car dependency, right? The fact that we don't have many options. So I'd like to propose a couple things to include in the 2024, 28 SAP. And that would be to shorten deadlines more, to treat this more as an emergency, right? Safety concerns are now, climate concerns are happening now, right? So 2035 at the latest would be good. As well as actually mentioning a train project, right? We need heavy rail in the state. We need options from getting from point A to point B. That's not just an interstate system. And then finally, to actually shrink, redesign, and in some cases, where possible, tear down freeways in order to make use of the land that we have in more effective ways. Okay, thank you guys very much.
Well, thank you for giving it 2 minutes. I didn't want you to feel like It's a little bit of an anxiety when you're looking at the clock, but red. To kind of go off of your comments, we are working on the SAP and looking at ways, and so we appreciate comments when people come talk to us about that as we're working on our strategic action plan for the future. It is really hard to balance all of this, and we found this with the tri-states sitting down and talking about how we can leverage dollars amongst ourselves, our states, to even look at, can we do passenger rail that runs through all 3 states? Is there a way to achieve some of these things? And unfortunately, all of it takes a lot of money. And so that is our struggle. A lot of it times is the struggle of trying to figure out how we maintain something while we're building for the future. And I'll just give you this little nugget. I know when I started in transit 27 years ago, we were kind of the stepchild and nobody wanted to talk to us. And we weren't included in any of the highway plans. You know, we weren't even looked upon as a mode that could help with the congestion problems, et cetera. And look, today, you know, and unfortunately it's been 27 years, but today we are finally there where ODOT embraces the idea of active transportation, transit, et cetera. So keep talking about it, keep pushing on it. It helps when the citizens tell us what's on their mind. So thank you for coming in and speaking with us.
Appreciate it. Thank you very much.
And I think that concludes our public comment. That's
all we had.
That's all? Okay, great. All right, so we're going to move on to our next agenda item, which is the director's report.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. Chair Brown, members of the commission. For the record, Chris Strickler, Director of the Oregon Department of Transportation. Thank you for a few moments. We have several items that I wanted to update you on. A couple of them come actually off the consent agenda and really reference the public comments that we were hearing as well. But I want to start first with the DMV Teen Driver Safety Week. Since 2015, Oregon has seen yearly decreases in the number of teen drivers ages 15 to 20 who've been involved in fatal and serious injury crashes. In 2019, those numbers rose to 57, but so far what we saw in 2021 shows the lowest number since 2017, with 41 incidents involving 15 to 20-year-old drivers. While this is a decrease, there is still obviously room to remain diligent and to continue to improve. Each year we emphasize the importance of transportation safety through teen safe driving awareness, and Oregon joins the nation in recognizing that. This is a nationwide effort. So we will be requesting, by way of the consent declaration of October 15th through 21st as Teen Driver Safety. We are seeing improvements, and we want to continue to build on those as well as some of the things in the comment, and obviously more to do than just this. The next topic is the Drunk and Drug Driving Awareness Prevention Month designation. One of the ways that we emphasize the importance of impaired driving prevention and awareness is by proclaiming December the Drunk and Drug Driving Awareness and Prevention Month. Each year we have countless crashes on our highways. You all know that. We heard a little bit of that this morning. That involve at least one driver who's impaired by alcohol or drugs. These crashes lead to significant property damage, serious physical injury, and of course death. It's critical that all drivers stay sober when operating a vehicle, and as a nation, again, we band together to recognize December as Drunk and Drug Driving Awareness and Prevention Month. And so we'll be looking to the commission and the consent agenda for that as well to help with that designation. The third item I wanted to cover is a few service improvements through DMV. DMV has been working really hard to address customer service impacts, especially coming out of the pandemic, and really serving Oregonians in ways that Oregon has grown to expect. They began rolling out a new lobby management and queuing system. The pilot began in Albany and moved on to Enterprise in Hillsborough in the month of August. The system is an additional module to the core system and makes the implementation much faster and less expensive than new standalone systems. So this is building upon the $90 million core system replacement that DMV rolled out over the last several years, the Service Transformation Program. This queuing system allows customers to check into the field office, begin their transaction, and receive a notice when their turn is approaching so they can leave the office, go do other things, and then come back. It's a new service that seems to be working really well. The screens and the number calling are available in both Spanish and English, and the system will allow DMV to gather accurate data on wait times, types of transactions, and other data points so that we can really report on what we're seeing and the efficiencies that we might gain. When DMV began doing appointments early in the pandemic, we saw that there was about a 50% response rate on some of the appointments, or 50% no-show, I guess is the way that I would describe that. We think the system, and the system has shown already, by giving a reminder and making it more mobile and more accessible, will actually limit the number of no-shows and create a better customer service interface for Oregonians. So we're looking forward to that. We're rolling it out to offices across the state with the final installation date of middle of October, October 12th. So staff will be assessing the user experience through their observation, through their conversation with individuals, and make changes as we need to. DMV is in a constant state of adaptation and change, and we've been really happy with the work we've been doing. In addition to that, DMV is implementing the use of Pocket Talk Plus translators. These are handheld devices that assist communication between DMV staff and customers who either require or prefer a language other than English. So a little known fact is about 25% of DMV's field staff are already bilingual. And so we hire accordingly to make sure that we can address the needs of Oregon's customers. But it's impossible to fully support Oregon's diverse needs with just those language skills alone. So the translators immediately convert words from one language, to another. Conversations can be held verbally by way of the translator or by a text. And using those devices, which support more than 80 languages, are making it easier for our DMV counter staff to serve those customers. This spring, DMV piloted the use of the tool in a few offices around the state. We've seen nothing but excellent results so far. And each of the DMV's 60 field offices and headquarters reception desk will have at least one device available to employees as we go into the future. My last update before I jump into a request for consent approval is the IBR project update. So on August 21st, ODOT and WashDOT submitted the joint application for the federal mega grant funding for IBR. That is one of the three major programs that we are looking to fund a federal portion of the interstate bridge replacement with. And our application requested $600 million in federal funding through a multi-year grant agreement. We anticipate hearing back late this year or early into the next year on whether or not we will be one of the successful recipients, but we're optimistic. Mega grant funds have more multimodal flexibility than some state or federal funds and are anticipated to be used on some of the transit components of the project as well. So we're eager and looking forward to more work with our federal partners to continue to ensure that we get the right ask in front of them for the overall finance plan for that important program. And then finally, on September 8th, we received approval from FTA to enter into the 2-year project development phase. And I won't bore you with the details, but I'll say that it's an important step in the process to enter formally into that development phase with FTA. So all signs pointing to our federal partners really supporting this program. So that is my update. I'm happy to entertain any questions from the commission, Madam Chair.
Yes, Vice Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to acknowledge all of the good work that Director Amy Joyce has done at DMV. I think she's made more improvement in the 2 years she's been there. I think it's 2 years, probably a little more than that, than I've seen in the entire time I've watched DMV over the years. Major improvements for customer access, getting a lot of the paperwork that vehicle dealers and stuff used to do have to come to the office so they can do it remotely, making it easier on them and more cost effective for the state and creating more capacity for regular citizens to get in and do their business and the scheduling appointments and stuff. I think people aren't used to that. It'll be a real advantage once they get used to it so they can get their business done quickly. Even the testing online for kids trying to get their driver's license has been a major. I've heard from a number of parents about it. I think we've made lots of progress there. We appreciate it. The last comment was the grant application you're talking about. The comments that we heard this morning about other meetings and stuff. The IBR is a really good example of that. That will be, if we get to build it, a major improvement in access for people to walk and bike and use transit between the two states. So I think that's a good example of a good project going forward.
Thank you for your comments. That's great.
Would you like the motion?
Well, let me see, is there any other comments? Yes, I would entertain a motion.
Madam Chair, I would move adoption of the consent agenda as presented.
Second. Thank you. Any comments? Hearing none, we'll do a roll call. Is that best? Okay.
Either one's fine.
Senator Byer? Oh, sorry. Vice Chair
Not
Byer?
anymore.
I know, I try.
That's
I'm
right.
trying. It's hard to teach new tricks. So, I'm sorry. Did you say?
I said aye.
Thank you. I was. Commissioner Smith? Aye. Commissioner? I'm good. Thank you.
It's been a long.
It has been a long
days.
day, few days, and Chair Brown votes aye. Motion passes. I apologize. I'll get it together yet.
It's early.
It is early. We need some more coffee. All right. Now we're going to go to committee updates. So Commissioner Smith, would you like to start?
Not really,
Okay.
but yes.
All right. Well, at least you're honest about it.
I don't have a whole lot to report, other than the CIAC Continuous Improvement Advisory Committee met, and our last topics included the key performance measures report as required by House Bill 2017. And we also covered a review of the strategic action plan. We are scheduled to meet again this year to talk about DMV continuous improvements. And on the heels of what we heard today, I am looking forward to hearing more. I think they are doing great things. And we're hoping that the committee can maybe come up with or review some other opportunities for continuous improvement. I think it is one of our most important customer-facing work that ODOT does, and seeing how we can make it easier for the community to access services is important. We have a year-end report and review to do at the end of the year, and then we start reviewing topics for next year. So working with Director Horner, Assistant Director Horner, we're kind of looking at how to decide projects or topics for review for next year, and maybe doing a little revamp of our approach and looking at the charter for an update. So a lot of good work going there. As you know, I've been the liaison to the Equity and Mobility Advisory Committee for tolling for the last 2.5, 3 years. And now that we have Commissioner Chapman, she is going to be taking that over. We've had a good handoff, and I am going to be stepping away from that committee and transitioning into.
We thank you for your service on both those committees, because it was a big lift for one person.
I'm so glad we have a full commission now.
Yes. So with that said, Commissioner Chapman, did you meet, or would you like to make a comment?
Sure, yes. So thank you very much, Commissioner Smith, for a very thorough handoff and introduction. We had our first meeting last month, we're meeting again in 2 weeks. And I'm fortunate to already know several of the EMAX committee members through other community associations. So it's especially relevant what we've just been talking about at the tri-state meeting. All of our western states are really facing this challenge with revenue and thinking about tolling as a tool in our toolkit to be able to fill that gap. We need to make sure that it's not fortunately impacting the communities that are often the ones that are left out of this conversation.
And I really appreciate you stepping up. I know that you live in the Portland metro area. That's one of the reasons too that we thought it was really, really important to make sure that the representation was there. And, all of the commissioners, and we'll get to you next, we're trying to not only do sometimes day jobs, but also work on all these committees, and there's many committees. So the more people that are involved and are able to give us input, it's important. It really is. So thank you again for having that roll on, and we look forward to future reports as you guys meet. Now we get to you.
Well, my new committees haven't met yet, but I'm sure I will have a lot next one since you so generously put me on the tolling committee.
She's a giver.
I am.
One of the acts that I liaison to is going to present to us today.
Yes, and the ACTS have a meeting. I have been able to attend some of those meetings along with you. And I know we met with the ACT chairs. We also met just recently, Region 1. So Commissioner Baker, who isn't here today, actually attended that meeting and was able to meet with that. And that is from his neighborhood. So he wanted to get involved with the ACT. So each one of the commissioners are trying to attend the ACT meetings that are in their regions, in their areas, and participate, although Commissioner Smith has the whole east side.
A lot of that.
A lot of that. And we try to actually help. And so Commissioner Baker will also be stepping in and trying to help with some of those. So we're trying to spread ourselves around so that we hear the voice of Oregon. It's difficult sometimes because we are such a large state and there's only 5 of us. And then there's other committees that we work on. But thank you again for your service, and I think we'll stand down on that issue at this point and move on to our next agenda item, which is a break, which might be good. So we're going to take a short break.
Whatever you'd like.
Let's do a short break for just like 5 minutes, but we won't even go to 10. Give chance for Region 2 to come up and get settled and ready for their presentation. We'll get some coffee and we'll be right back. For some reason, also they had it for that.
I just get all the. I think yesterday you were sitting here like so. Oh, girl. And what those getting yourself prepared for it. Yeah, I mean, I would say. It's me. I just pictured you this morning when I was waking up about that bike ride, and you going by me like.
Turns out, the whole thing with the seat.
I told my husband this morning.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, but
Yeah, 'cause that's hard to miss one without it.
Yeah, I guess.
Well, I have to, but it's not as thick as the one I had, so I tried it, like, oh.
That's really snow hill dinner. Yeah.
This song and dance. I thought we said
I won't worry about it.
No, it's a good idea.
I took the liberty because I didn't know if it made it into the but this is Monday's version of Never Needs. Okay, you don't need these, that's fine. Awesome, okay, well, I have copies for all of us. I'll do fine. I mean, we'll get certain done with our certain every speaker. Some time, have questions and answers. That's a really nice dinner last night. Appreciate that. It was kind of a funny. They set us up for 3 tables. Taking away that third table is an element. Main access.
And it's like a sit.
This is actually not the program I expected. When the city club is here, the audience is here, bigger audience. But here, I mean, sure, we only have a few chairs.
I figured you and I could sit here and we just have our name and
Yeah, and just confirming this.
and there's actually 2 right there.
Shelley up, Bob on deck, followed by.
I just had City Hall send emails to Shelley.
Motion to Shelley Clark.
Not yet. Yeah, I don't know what she was talking about. We can
We can wing it.
Yeah,
We can
we have
apologize.
everything.
No, we're on deck.
I'm on deck.
He's at bat, I'm on deck.
Oh, my.
And then-
Oh, I missed it.
Okay. I thought we were going to-
I missed
I'll just sit. We're gonna sit. So baseball.
How are you?
Baseball.
Good to see you.
At least for a little longer.
Yes, there you go. Thank you.
All right, well, good morning, everyone. We're going to get back into agenda items. And today we have Region 2 Area 5 Lane Act update. So I'm not sure who is, or Shelley's going to be, or Vidal? Okay, she is. Great, thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you, Chair Brown, Vice Chair Byer, and OTC Commissioners for giving Lane Act members the opportunity to highlight a few of the Lane area transportation project successes and challenges. Next slide, please. Lane Act is the only act that is comprised of a single county, a county that is the size of Connecticut. Lane Act membership extends from the coast. Next slide. Oh, that's right. I'll
You,
switch
Tom,
my
I'll do
outline.
next slide. Next slide, please.
Oh, back,
There you go. Oh, back.
Back.
The map.
back. There we go. No, keep going back.
Okay.
Okay.
There we go.
I'll switch that. So my name is Shelley Humble. I am the airport manager for the city of Cresswell. I have been for the last 24 years. As that, I have been on Lane Act as the airport other stakeholder since 2013. The last 2 years I have been chair. Next. Lane County is a very diverse place in Oregon. Anyone who comes to the state and wants to experience all of Oregon in one place should come to Lane County. We have coastal areas, mountain ranges, urban centers, rural communities, and suburban areas. We're also part of the Willamette Valley. Next slide. Our membership includes 12 cities, 5 jurisdictions, and an additional 12 mode-specific stakeholders. Lane Act membership extends from the coast to the Cascades, and as you can imagine, is very diverse in transportation needs. Our transportation infrastructure must transcend all geographic challenges of our county to help us stay connected. Thank you, and thank you for being here.
Good morning, Chair Brown, Vice Chair Byer, members of the commission, and others. It's my pleasure to welcome you to the area. My name is Rob Zako. During the day, I'm the Executive Director of Better Eugene Springfield Transportation. Over a decade ago, I helped establish BEST as a broad coalition of community leaders representing business, social service, the environment, K-12, higher ed, neighborhoods, and people of faith. We came together in 2012 to support LTD's $95 million extension of MX Bus Rapid Transit into West Eugene. Today, BEST is building a successful community by bringing people together to promote transportation options, safe streets, and walkable neighborhoods. Previously, as an independent consultant, I managed the project to establish Lane Act. Working with Savannah Crawford and Sonny Chickering at ODOT and others, we learned from other acts around the state to form what we see as a strong and collaborative group of community leaders representing the diversity of Lane County. This morning, I want to review two of Lane Act's recent initiatives. Next slide, please. Oh, well, there we are. Next slide, anyways. The first initiative is the area strategy. As you know, the OTC selected 2 areas, Lane Act and Northeast Act, as pilots to work with ODOT staff and consultants. After a year of work, I would say the pilot was neither a success nor a failure, but rather a step forward. The primary outcome of the effort was to develop a shared vision, which you see up on the slide there, built on 9 different themes: access, connectivity, efficiency, safety, security, health, equity, sustainability, and resilience. The area strategy details what we mean by these 9 themes. We found that the area strategy to be too general and abstract to sufficiently inform our month-to-month and even year-to-year work. Next slide. Thus, on our own accord, we pursued a second initiative, the Lane Act Member Priority Needs Assessment. And you should have a handout in front of you here.
The idea is simple. We ask each of our members what are their top handful of needs, looking at all modes and jurisdictions. We're not looking for what is ultimately needed for some ideal future. Rather, we are interested more in basic needs, essential over, say, the next 5 years. The attachment, the handout is a preliminary summary of what we are telling each other, providing an overview across the area that none of us has seen before. As we're in the middle of this initiative, we have not yet had a chance to review in detail. This document shows what individual members say is needed, not necessarily the consensus of Lane Act. Nonetheless, I will note that safety is a prominent theme, as you'll hear from others shortly. According to the US DOT, the statistical valuation of life for use in economic analyses is $12.5 million per life. Thus, 5 lives is $62.5 million. 50 lives lost per year in Lane County is $625 million. And 500 lives lost per year across Oregon is $6.25 billion for the purposes of an economic analysis. As we decide investment priorities, it is essential to recognize these economic costs and lives. You'll now hear from 3 cities, Lane County and ODOT, about some of our successes and some of our unmet needs. Thank you for this opportunity.
Good morning. I am Lucy Vinnis, Mayor of Eugene, and I appreciate this opportunity to testify. And welcome to our city. As a member of the Central Lane Metropolitan Planning Organization, the City of Eugene is grateful for the opportunity to speak to you both on our own behalf and as part of our collective voice, representing the regional concerns of our interconnected transportation system, including streets and roadways provided by Lane County and ODOT, and transit provided by Lane Transit District. Our goal in Eugene is to create a safe transportation system that prevents loss of life or injury, where people can choose among numerous affordable transportation options that support our goals to reduce greenhouse gas emissions and increase trips by walking, biking, and public transportation. I think we're ready for a new slide. Yes, I want to shine a light on 4 of our success stories, followed by mentioning our ongoing challenges. So, for the success stories. Yesterday, you had the opportunity to see LTD's MX bus rapid transit system. The 3 legs of MX constructed since 2007 have been a game changer for transit in our metro area and form the backbone of our regional transportation network. Another local success story is our work to provide shared mobility in Eugene, including Peace Health bike share, e-scooters, and electric car share. We appreciate the Connect Oregon grant that Eugene received in 2015 to establish a bike share system. Next slide, please. Third, Safe Routes to School. We have MPO-funded Safe Routes to School coordinators in each of our 3 school districts, and they collaborate throughout the year with multiple local agencies and nonprofits. And finally, in Eugene, we are grateful to ODOT for its support over the years in building walking and biking infrastructure. Using a combination of local funds and federal and state funds via ODOT and the Central Lane MPO, we have built numerous capital projects, including shared use paths, pedestrian bridges, and protected bike lanes. Next slide, please. Now on to the challenges and opportunities. I will highlight 3 of these. First is our goal to fund priority projects in the state system. For many years, Eugene and other regional partners have been working with ODOT to develop the Beltline Highway project that includes a new arterial bridge over the Willamette River. It is a key project to reduce local trips on Beltline and increase safety and efficiency for through traffic, including freight. Funding is needed to enable this crucial link to be constructed. Look forward to continued conversations with the OTC, ODOT staff, and our legislators to develop funding options for this important regional project. Our second priority is redesigning streets for safety and efficient transit service. We have a Vision Zero action plan and have prioritized focusing on high crash streets that need redesigning for improved safety. We have benefited from ODOT's ARTS grants to fund this redesign work, but there is still much work to do. With our partners at Lane Transit District, we strive to improve the safety and efficiency of transit for our community. We seek support for projects that will improve traffic flow for buses and reduce time lost in traffic congestion, particularly where arterial streets cross underneath Beltline Highway. And finally, there is an urgent need to make progress. I think I missed a slide transition. There we go. And finally, there is an urgent need to make progress on seismic retrofits on both the local and state system to enhance our resiliency to a future Cascadia subduction zone earthquake, and more generally, to replace our aging bridges. Thank you again for coming to our community, for taking the time to listen to us. We appreciate your consideration of our concerns.
Good morning, Vice Chair, our Chair Brown, Vice Chair Byer, and Commissioners Smith and Chapman. My name is Keith Weiss. I'm the mayor of Veneta, and I'm here to talk to you about the challenges and successes of a project that is very important to Veneta and really to everyone who has the need to walk, bike, or ride between Eugene, Veneta. And really, we're talking about all the way from the I-5 corridor to the Central Oregon coast. As you've heard, Vice Chair Zako recently asked Lane Act members to submit a list of their transportation priorities. He then compiled the responses into a comprehensive spreadsheet. That spreadsheet provides a snapshot of the transportation needs of the entire Lane Act area. The city of Veneta submitted 5 transportation priorities taken from the city's transportation system plan. Of those, our number 1 priority is the Oregon 126 Fern Ridge Corridor Plan, which includes the Oregon 126 Houston Road to Lakeside Drive project as the westernmost part of that plan. This is what I will highlight today. The Fern Ridge, and then the next slide, please. The Fern Ridge project has been a long time coming. Over 20 years ago, an ODOT study talked about the challenges of overcapacity and high traffic volumes on the Oregon 126 Fern Ridge corridor. Almost 15 years later, in 2013, the Oregon Transportation Commission adopted the Fern Ridge Corridor Plan to address these safety and volume issues. We took the commission acknowledging the significance of this major rural project as a big success. Then, with Lane Act's encouragement, the state legislature funded a $3 million NEPA study that is concluding soon, real soon. That was another big success. From that NEPA work, I want to emphasize to you the increasing trends of crashes per year over the last decades. As you can see from the slide, Vice Chair Zako talked about the 9 area strategic themes, and of those, we feel that safety is the paramount theme to Veneta. The NEPA study data only goes back to 2018, as you can see in the slide, but the crash count continues to grow. More current crash data for just the stretch of Oregon 126 from Houston Road to Lakeside Drive project shows a total of 15 injury crashes and a tragic death count. In May of 2019, a crash at Lakeside Drive resulted in 2 fatalities. In July 2021, a crash at the Houston Road intersection resulted in 2 more fatalities. That trend's got to stop. Our community in this region needs this project to continue delivering successes. Next slide, please. Additionally, the Oregon 126 Houston Road to Lakeside Drive project benefits both vehicle users and alternative transportation users. Oregon 126 between Veneta and Eugene is just a narrow road, and Lane County Bike Master Plan shows that there is no safe way to walk or ride a bike on Oregon 126 between Eugene and Veneta. Think about that. Here's a road connecting 2 towns, and they're saying that it's not safe to walk or ride a bike on it. Fortunately, this new project will provide for a a 10-foot multi-use path between two towns, and that'll go a long ways for helping. The Fern Ridge Corridor Plan still has challenges, specifically funding challenges. It's a $400 million or more project through rural Lane County. Being mostly rural makes that funding challenge seem like a second strike against it, but it shouldn't be. Pursuing the corridor plan in smaller phases can overcome these challenges and address urgent safety needs for all of Lane County and beyond. The Oregon 126 Houston Road to Lakeside Drive project is an opportunity for success, and here's just one reason why. Nearly half of Veneta's current 5,200 residents live south of Oregon 126 and east of Territorial Road, and Veneta's growing. We have over 400 residential units before the commission now, Planning Commission. That means over 2,000 people will use the Houston Road intersection at Oregon 126 as a shortcut into East and South Veneta to avoid the traffic signal further west at Oregon 126 and Territorial Highway intersection. Getting that Houston Road intersection and adjacent roadway west built will go a long way towards improving safety for Veneta residents and people passing through Veneta to and from the I-5 corridor. That will be another success. Thank you very much for listening and supporting the needs of Lane County communities, and thank you for making available and approving matching funds, allowing for the Oregon 126 Houston Road to Lakeside Drive project to pursue and compete for federal assistance. Thank you.
Next slide.
Well, hello, everyone. Thank you all so much for inviting us to be here and for sharing just a little bit of time with us so that we can talk a little bit about some of our challenges, some of our successes, and some of our opportunities. My name is Shelley Clark, and I serve as a city councilor for the city of Cresswell. And if you wanted to go to the next slide. I wanted to share just a little bit with you about the city of Cresswell. And I wanted to share this with you because the city of Cresswell is not unlike most of our rural communities that are within Lane County or within, honestly, most of the rural communities within the state of Oregon. We have a population of about 5,000, right? Our proximity itself is actually listed as we are about this far away from another metro area, right? I looked this up on Wikipedia, so this is where I know how we're described. Right? We have a lot of different transportation methods to and from our city and throughout our city, right? We talk about Hobby Field, we talk about I-5, we have Highway 99, right? We have some bike paths, so right, I would consider us a multimodal, right? If you were to look at the Lane Act, the communities within Lane Act, 10 out of the 12 communities are listed as rural communities. So we're not unlike many other communities. We have high transportation needs. And in fact, as a process of putting together our highest need transportation, listing it out, it was the jog, by and large, right? It was clear for us what our transportation need and our highest transportation need, right? We had a clear, our number one transportation need, much like our other rural communities, talked about things like access and how that could increase access, how it could increase connectivity, how it increases safety, equity, and resilience. In particular, in part, if there's a major disaster or even a minor disaster, we would need resiliency within the job. Next slide. And so I talked about or I kind of captioned it a little bit, the Cresswell piece of this as kind of a tale of two roads. I think I was kind of thinking from a literature perspective when I put this together. And so I talked about the tale of two roads because we have two roads. So some of our challenges and successes really come from two roads that are within a quarter mile of each other, right? We've got the exit 182 exit, so that obviously I-5, and then we've got Highway 99, which we call the jog in Cresswell because Highway 99 actually comes through the middle of Cresswell. It makes a jog to the right or left, depending on whatever direction you're traveling, and then continues on down to Cottage Grove. So that's why we call it the jog. And so you can actually see each other, like see both roads, if you were looking back and forth to each other. In fact, if you were to ask our average Cresswellian if they were to look at the jog, they would probably, it's so ingrained into the infrastructure of our city that if you were to ask any average Cresswellian, they would probably think it's city-owned property, when it's actually Highway 99 that connects us through. We have some major safety concerns. I took these photos. This is just an average day that I took these photos. This wasn't anything special. But one of the things that we've been able to see is on the jog, there are things like misaligned lanes. We have kind of those perpetual potholes or, or the pavement that needs resurfacing. We have poorly marked and we have hazardous crosswalks. And I'm so, so grateful that we have not had a loss of life at these crosswalks, given everything that happens within those crosswalks. We have some broken traffic controls. We have non-existent sidewalks and a lack of ADA curb cutouts, right? And so if we have individuals who are trying to roll along our sidewalks that actually are not really there, they have a difficult time doing that. And so as we think about equity concerns, that's certainly one of those things. To fix all of this would be about $11 to $12 million. And we know that because we were a finalist for this project in the Great Streets program last year, and we're so grateful for ODOT for championing us, and in particular for Vidal for championing us and our project in that. It's difficult to be a finalist for a project that has about $50 million, because what we were told off the top is there was about $15 million of the $50 million that was proposed that was already allocated and already earmarked for a major project up in Portland, right? And so that automatically, that decreases our ability. So receiving dollars or investment actions for foreseen safety risks is certainly a challenge that comes for us. But this intersection in Cresswell would be transformational for us, for our community. I was joking with our mayor the other day, or I guess the mayor was kind of joking with me that if I could, in my time serving as a city councilor, move the needle just a little bit, gosh, I should run for mayor next, because our city would just be so happy with some movement, something here with this. Go to the next slide. And so some of our successes is, I talked a little bit earlier about how we talk about our proximity to the nearby metro area, is that it's easy to include us in major projects, right? And so actually earlier this summer, and as I think about the tale of two roads, we had huge successes in the city of Cresswell as ODOT came in and repaved, resurfaced our on and off ramps for I guess depending on whatever way you're driving on exit 182. They added curb cutouts for ADA accessibility. They restriped the crosswalks. They did amazing work to increase the safety within the city of Cresswell. And again, less than a quarter mile away from something that is hazardous. The other work that ODOT recently completed, again, actually was on the jog because we had a broken railroad tie. And so we talk about a perpetual pothole, right? And so ODOT came in and updated that railroad crossing, and it drives like a dream comparatively to where we were. And so what we were able to do is increase safety, resiliency, and efficiency. Go to the next slide. It takes years to be able to move the needle and advocate for funding for major projects such as this. And again, comparatively to what may be present in the metro area, $12 million may feel like a smaller amount of money. But again, this is something that would be transformational to our community. Our rural communities, I started out talking about how we are not unlike other communities. And so our other rural communities within Lane Act are short-staffed. They are managing multiple competing priorities. And so, some of our communities are managing things like wildfire evacuations, water shortages and water emergencies. They're managing things like housing moratoriums and DEQ regulations, which are not unfair, right? But as we think about the work and the energy that it takes to be able to advocate for such a project, it takes years. And so I just thank you so much for being able to, for me to be invited to come in and talk with you a little bit about the jog. And I invite all of you, if you'd like to walk around with me, to see the jog, to know what that would feel like, and what that might potentially look like within the city of Crestwell, anytime, absolutely, we would love to have you be there. And so anyway, I just wanted to thank you so much for being able to provide just a few minutes and inviting us in. Mhm.
I actually know what the jog is, and at the time I thought, what the heck is this? So I understand what you're talking about.
I looked it up on the Google.
Yeah. I was gonna say, we joke about how you know if somebody is from Crestwell or not, based off of how they manage that intersection.
Well, you have a great bakery, and I stopped there
Yes.
one time, and so that's where I ran into the jog.
Yes.
So thank you. Got a little lost while I was there. Okay, thank you.
Next slide.
Good morning, Dr. Brown, Vice Chair Byer, Commissioners. I'm Becky Taylor. I'm a Senior Transportation Planner with Lane County, and it's an honor to be here speaking with the Lane Act. Thank you for your time. Lane County has 1,400 miles of roadways and more than 400 bridges that connect 12 cities and over 43 unincorporated communities. Next slide, please. We want to transform our challenges into successes. And our biggest challenge is that our transportation infrastructure was built many years ago. And while trying to keep up with repairs to maintain the existing system feels nearly impossible given the existing funding streams. But the greater investment need is upgrading the older system to meet current and future needs. Our roads lack basic engineering design standards of paved roadway shoulders. Shoulder widening projects are the bulk of our transportation system project list, with billions of dollars of need, greatly exceeding any known funding source. With this overwhelming investment need, Lane County created a bicycle master plan to help us prioritize limited resources. Next slide, please. Our plan identifies roads that are most critical for shoulder widening to support bicycling as a viable regional transportation option throughout Lane County for people of all ages and abilities, linking communities to destinations and services, and connecting where we live, work, and play. Our community survey results confirmed that there is demonstrated need and demand. 2,497 rural residents reported that they are using county roads to walk and bike, not only for recreation, but for basic needs, such as work, school, and groceries. And there is community support for change. Over 2,000 rural residents said that they would walk and bike more if there were greater separation from vehicle traffic with a paved roadway shoulder. Next slide, please. Most of our roads look like this, very narrow and windy with site-limiting horizontal and vertical curves, and statutory speed limits of 55 miles an hour. So this is far from an all ages and abilities transportation facility. Widening roadway shoulders to provide a separated space for people to walk and bike is a need that feels out of reach based on current funding scenarios. Lane County is struggling to keep up with basic roadway maintenance with current funding and depends on grant funding for projects that go beyond pavement preservation. However, grant funding sources for shoulder widening do not compete well based on high cost, and more problematic is the benefit formulas that favor higher traffic volumes and urban densities, making funding out of reach for rural areas. This needs to change in order to expand transportation options and to reduce fatality rates in rural Lane County. Next slide, please. Shoulder widening serves multiple purposes, both supporting walking and biking and adding additional safety for recoverability of all vehicles. Most of the fatalities in Lane County are occurring in rural areas, and the leading crash type is roadway departure. One of the most cost-effective measures to reduce roadway departure crashes is shoulder rumble strips. But Lane County's road shoulders are too narrow to even install shoulder rumbles. Our fatality rate has increased by more than 50% annually since 2020 and have increased a total of 219% over the last 3 years. If we had funding to construct paved shoulders, not only would it provide separated space for people to walk and bike, we could install shoulder rumbles, which have been proven to reduce roadway departure crashes by about 35%. Imagine reducing our fatality rate by 35%. We could save about 17 lives a year. The top 10 county roads that have had the most fatal and serious injury crashes that are also identified as priority bike routes. These include Territorial Highway, London Road, River Road, Coburg Road, Lorraine Highway, Marcola Road. Basic shoulder widening of those roads would cost about $280 million. Compare that with the cost of doing nothing by the figure of that you heard from Mr. Zako about the statistical value of life and the 51 crashes that we had just in 2022. That cost is $625 million. Next slide, please. I know you're hearing similar needs across the state about insufficient funding to meet the transportation needs. Thank you so much for your service and your dedication to improving our transportation system for everyone.
Thank you so much for sharing.
With Al Francis, Area Manager for Lane County, Area 5, and I want to thank commissioners here as well for being here, this opportunity to come and speak to you all in person. This has been great, and as has been so delicately presented here, the Lane Act members that are here are very passionate about what they're experiencing, what they see, and what they feel. What I would like to talk about, I don't have a whole lot to this. There is a lot of things that I could talk about happening throughout Lane County, but I really want to focus on one particular area. We talked a bit about different facets of Lane County, but I want to look at Oregon 126 East. This is the other side of Lane County in terms of leaving Springfield, heading out towards the Linn County line. You know, there are many communities out there, and this one community, if you will, is one of those communities that in many respects get overshadowed based on some of the other more populated areas, if you will, that have a lot of things going on. And this community here out towards McKenzie, if you remember, a couple years ago, they did suffer from the McKenzie fire, and they had a lot of, let's just say, challenges to deal with. But I was fortunate enough, and this is one of the successes that I want to speak about, a community that really cares for not only its residents and citizens, but also cares about the highway itself. And this is a story of one where they're rebuilding their community, but they're also keeping an eye on what's happening through their roads, through their streets, trying to keep it safe for those who are traversing through. And we were fortunate enough to complete a safety study. This safety study was actually should have been done years ago, even prior or before the fires actually happened, but we were able to actually start this off past September, and we're coming to the point where we're concluding it, if you will, come this December. And we've been able to successfully come up with a draft to help identify some of the improvements that's needed along this particular corridor. And some of those improvements include rumble strips, flashing beacons, speed feedback signs, warning signs, and also talking about having some additional enforcement through that particular area. The photo on the left is one of the community meetings that I attended, and if you all well know, that if you basically walk into these meetings with an ODOT emblem on your chest, you're going to sit in the hot seat. You're going to be made to feel the suffering. You're going to be made to feel the challenges, and you're going to be made to feel the pain that this community feels. And through it all, I will say that I was very happy to have that conversation with them and hear some of that conversation and incorporate some of that conversation into the safety study that we actually got compiled together and work out a plan to try to incorporate getting those implemented on Oregon 126. And I will say that right now the challenge is for me to make a plan, put that implementation work in place so that we can help satisfy the needs of this one community. I do want to identify the photo on the left there. This is Joel Zinni. I really want to thank him, or present to the commission to thank him for the work that he's done. Again, this is a community partnering with ODOT to get stuff done. Joe Zinni is a resident, citizen there. He's a volunteer there. He's also a contractor there. And he took it upon himself to come up with the necessary funds to actually install or purchase and install, if you will, some of the speed feedback signs that's actually placed through there. I will say that he was very, in many respects, patient with us because, how do I say, we didn't put him through red tape, but we actually put him through yellow tape. That's because we do have to maintain the standards that we have. We simply can't just erect signs or put things on the highway just haphazardly. We have to follow a process. And it was the first time for me going through that process, which is pretty interesting. And at the end of the day, we were able to erect those and help some improvements in that particular community. And again, this is a story of the community partnering with us really to get stuff done. And I wanted to highlight that. And with that, I was going to go ahead and go to the next slide.
Why don't you wait one moment, Madam?
Go ahead.
I have a question.
Yes.
Can you tell me what stretch of the corridor is included in the safety?
Oh, great. Excellent question. We covered about 60 miles.
From east of Springfield up to McKenzie?
Correct.
Up to about?
Lynn County line?
The Lynn County
Lynn
line.
County, oh, to the
Yes.
line. Okay,
Yes.
thank you. I was just looking at it on the Google again. I didn't know.
It's about 50 to 60 miles, and there was a whole lot of places identified that needed some improvements, whether those were rumble strips, whether those were additional signs, whether those were flashing beacons, if you will. But again, the community really came together to put those together, to talk about those, and we had really a diverse front of that entire community.
Since I live in Bend, I know that stretch quite well.
So we'll take questions and feedback.
Okay, so we're at that point? Great. Thank you. Yes. Sure.
First, I want to thank all of you for showing up, and particularly I appreciate you doing this. Hopefully we get this from all of the other 12 acts as well, or something similar. This is a really good demonstration of the need that's out there, and I'm hopeful that the compilation of these will be helpful as we talk with the legislature in the 2025 session about funding and see the real need. Frankly, this list is very similar to what we're going to get from the others. It demonstrates that what's going on out there. The real issue is there just isn't enough money in the system to support it. The public doesn't really, I think, understand that so much now. They want good roads, but they don't want to pay for them. That's kind of a standard in government, But just as a reminder, the way transportation is funding in Oregon, at least on the state revenue side, remember that every dollar that we generate through gas tax, half of it goes to local government, and half of it's for the state to maintain the highway system. So we have these partnership relationships, but it's hard to do those priorities, and the commission works really hard at that. Everybody's needs are the most important to them.
If I might, Vice Chair Byer, as I indicated, that effort is a work in progress. I would say two things. Everything on that list is needed. That's sincere. But we also appreciate that there's not funding to do all that. And we're not coming to you asking for you to fund that 6-page list. What's our next step is for us to talk amongst ourselves to identify, hopefully, what we collectively agree is most important, and come and partner with you and provide you with that information. You as the OTC can't make decisions for all local projects all over the state. Part of the value of ACTS is to have that local knowledge help us to inform you and advise you, and we're hoping to play that role. We haven't done that yet, but that's what we're hoping.
And I'm hopeful that you're sharing this list with your local legislators.
I think just to echo what we had this tri-state meeting the last few days, and we're hearing from our partners in California and in Washington as well. We've grossly underestimated the deficit from the gas tax because everyone's driving more fuel-efficient vehicles, transitioning to hybrids and electrics. I know we've said this at previous meetings, and this is just my second meeting, but I think it's worth reiterating. There's not enough money, and there's so much need, and I hear these sobering statistics, and I understand how transformational some of these projects would be to Lane County And there are similar projects across the state that are all in desperate need of additional funding. So I really appreciate you aggregating these priorities, which will help us make a stronger case to the legislature when we try to figure out how are we going to fill some of these gaps.
Thank you. Yeah, just to tag on to these comments, which we all understand and we're trying to get the message through the state of Oregon about the needs throughout the system. And I think what is really helpful about this is that there is a local prioritization, which is what we need to hear. And together we can partner to say we can advocate for here's what we need to improve the state system in this community. Here's what the community needs to improve their own system. And when we go to the legislature for a transportation ask, I think it needs to be both. It's the state system needs a lot and the local communities need a lot. So we need to do it together, and having a united front is going to make a lot more headway than if we, are arguing about who gets the money.
So I want to thank you also for compiling this. I really want to see Junction City get their information. I know they were having an emergency at the time, and we understand that. I think this goes back to the act and what we've kind of challenged you with and doing your work plans, and prioritizing this is going to be really, really necessary. I think for myself, in my mind, is if we don't work together and we work separate, what happens is what we've seen in other transportation bills. There's pet projects of legislators who decide we're going to take this amount of money and we're going to put it towards this project. What I'm hoping will come out of all of this work that all of us have committed to doing is that we go and say, these are the number one priorities in each community. If you're going to have a pet project, if you're going to put money aside that it's going to go to projects, here's the list, statewide, select from that, don't come up with your own. I know that's easier said than done, but I think that if we start working together as partners instead of working against each other and trying to one up each other's communities, we will be able to at least start taking some of these projects and getting them out of the way. We have to start chipping away at this huge boulder we have in front of us. And it's one that, there's not enough money. Doesn't matter what we did in a transportation bill, we will never be able to do this, but we can phase it. And I think that that's where we have to go as a state to saying, these are the things, these are our number one priorities, this is where we're going, this is why we need to do it, and really have a good narrative. So thank you for your work. Take your challenge that we've given you seriously as far as your work plan and you're prioritizing this. And I know from my own ACT area, they were like, oh, here we go again, another priority. We've done this a million times. I don't care if we do it 2 million times. We have to keep doing it, because what we have to do is, you can't just take a plan, put it on the shelf and say, we'll get there. You have to revisit it all the time because priorities change. Bike ped wasn't one in the conversation 20 years ago. Transit wasn't in the conversation, but it is now. So you do have to relook at these things and think outside the box a little. So thank you. I know.
Chair Brown, if I might, as I said, we are prototyping this approach. We're building on the air strategy that you authorized and going beyond that. It's not rocket science. We've got a Google form. It says Lane Act on it. We would be happy to share with Vidal, with Director Spickler, if other acts want to do this. You just change the name. It's pretty basic. And it would be great to do this across the state. So we would be happy to share what we have with other areas. Thank you.
Absolutely, and you might be surprised that a lot of the other areas are already doing it. I mean, they are on it. It all looks a little different, the way it's presented to us. But I think, and you've attended a lot of those meetings, they're all taking this serious. They're starting to see that we can't just sit back anymore and hope that each one of our communities gets a little funding. We have to be strategic in our planning across the state as one Oregon. Yes.
Yeah, just one last thing. This is great fundamental work. I think the next step, which is probably the most challenging, is for you all to meet as act and then decide among yourselves which of these is the highest priority for the region. And that's the hard part, because you each represent your own communities. And it's going to require you to maybe step aside from bringing home the bacon to figuring out what is the best for the region, what is the most important, what is the highest safety, what is the highest bike ped, what is really going to be transformational to our region, not our community. It's a challenge for you.
A tough one.
A tough one. It's the hard one.
Very, very hard. And I think in our region too, one of the approaches we took too was taking projects and prioritizing, like, this is a large amount of money. Phase 1, phase 2, whatever it is you identify. Then this is like a medium ask. And here's some small projects that can be all combined together for the smaller ask. So just think that way. Think of it in different approaches.
So if I can just add one comment to the conversation as well. You know, one of the things that I have been looking at too is taking advantage of opportunity. And in many cases, when you're talking about different types of projects, every community is different. Every community has a different constraint, has a different diverse aspect to it. And when we look at, like, for example, grant opportunities, you know, if we remain too focused on having just one priority, we're actually going to lose opportunity from some of these other priorities that could fit in the category that would allow us to apply for or get some sort of grant funding. And so, and I really like the statement that you said there, Commissioner Smith, too, as well. You know, it's very challenging just to get it down to one, but we shouldn't just look at it as simply one priority, but we have all of these, that they still have some level of importance that we still need to hang on to. And once the opportunity presents itself collectively, let's come together behind it and move it forward.
Yeah, it's unfortunate that we have all these different buckets of money.
Right, exactly.
And so what might be your highest priority, there's a funding for that, but then you've got a list and you go, well, this one that is number 4 or whatever it is, there's funding for it, so let's push that forward.
So you have to be multifaceted, and I know Vice Chair wants to speak too. Also, the other pieces, I know people, we're trying to get away from silo, but let's be realistic, everything's siloed. It really is, in some ways or another. And so prioritizing your top bike pit project, your top transit, in those modes also is helpful, so that you can look at, is there start money on the transit side? Is there, some kind of safe routes to school that it could become the priority of the state? So when I say prioritize, I'm probably, I guess, where I'm going with it for myself, and I don't know how the other commissioners feel, but we have seen so many times in a transportation package that there's a mega project that, let's say it's a bridge replacement of $300 million. That's not a small ask. It's a big ask. It's got to be able to compete against a whole bunch of other $300 million projects. If that's a priority in that large ask, make it in that list. And then if you do know of other opportunities to phase it or to use other funding, that's where your grant application piece, that's where you're adding that in and saying, by the way, there's these pots of money that are also going to help phase 2, 3, or 4.
This is one of the things that I've spotted a lot in the last few days as we were meeting with the other states about this, that talking about funding, people don't understand what they pay for the roads. The average cost for Oregonians to drive their car, to do that, depending on the car they're driving, is roughly 1.5 to 2.5 cents a mile. People spend more on coffee in a month than they spend in a year for the roads to drive their cars on. And that's where I'm kind of going with that one is everybody talks about the gas tax, but nobody knows how much they pay in gas tax. They just know what the pump thing is, which the pump price bears little relationship to the tax they're paying. Over time, we have to shift away from the reliance on the gas tax because it's going to produce less and less as the fleet changes to electric or something else. So it would be helpful as you talk to people, if you kind of start talking about that cost per mile number and get people adjusted to that, because that's just a reality.
Yes, Shelley.
Last word. I just want to thank you for allowing us to come and present. And I love the idea that we're going to be one voice when we go to the legislatures. So use us. If you see a need, reach out to us. We are here. We're your worker bees. We will be there. We will talk to our congressman. That's what we're here for. We're here to make sure that your jobs are easier. So please utilize us.
Absolutely.
Going to hold you to that.
We have a long list going. People that commit to us, you will hear from us. So thank you very much. We appreciate it. Thank you for taking the time. I know you're all busy. And it was really good information for us. We love seeing what's happening in communities because although we do travel and we try to get around all parts of the state, it's really difficult. This is a large state and it's a lot of area to cover. So thank you again for really for Eugene hosting us and allowing us to come here and have not only our tri-state, but our commission meeting.
And thank you so much for coming.
Well, it's been wonderful and the weather's been great, so thank you.
Well, we did that.
Right. We're a little ahead. But Sam's here, and is Amanda gonna be here too, or just?
It's just me.
Okay, that's fine.
Just you.
That's great. You didn't want to hear from
I've had
Amanda.
many opportunities to hear from Amanda today, as I understand it.
Oh, you are here. Just joking.
She's my phone friend, so she'll be there if we need her.
Well, we don't get to hear from you very often.
Yes.
And so we are thrilled that you're here this morning, so thank you.
Good morning, Suzanne Carlson, Climate Office Director. And as you know, I have a somewhat standing agenda item to brief you on what's going on with the Climate Office. So today we'll focus on our carbon reduction program, the carbon reduction strategy, and also projects that are coming forward for funding. Next slide. Okay, so just a refresher, hopefully you've all gotten pretty familiar with this. We have goals to reduce greenhouse gas emissions from transportation, and this program will help. So we're looking at a 45% reduction by 2035 off our 1990 levels, and an 80% reduction by 2050, which you can see on the chart there based on rules, regulations, plans, and trends of where we're headed. There's still going to be a gap in the need to maybe accelerate some of our activities around reducing vehicle miles traveled. And so we've also put a goal into the Oregon Transportation Plan that's set to target for vehicle mile travel reduction as well at 20%. That's a 2050 goal, but just to keep those long-term goals in mind. Next slide. And then, of course, we've come in front of you many times with many plans, strategies that we have, statewide transportation strategy, electrification, our own operations and construction within ODOT, as well as an adaptation and resilience roadmap, and then helping to inform you with your investment decisions as well. Next slide. So today I'm really going to focus on the Bipartisan Infrastructure Law, or IIJA, which created the carbon reduction program specifically for reducing transportation greenhouse gas emissions. Oregon's getting $82 million over 5 years from that law. And the fund, I'll get on to the next slide, but there's 3 categories of funding. And there's carbon reduction strategy. So I think Oregon's in really good shape with that. But if you think across the 50 states, not every state has really thought through what the strategies are. The way under the program, a lot of states can kind of get a plan together and submit that to the federal government. Next slide. So the funding breakdown, the TMAs, Transportation Management Associations, of Portland, Salem, and Eugene get their funding directly from FHWA, and they will select projects based on their existing frameworks. And then small, urban, and rural and statewide dollars are coming through ODOT, and we'll talk a bit about that selection process. Next slide. So starting with the strategy, again, of course, we've had the Oregon statewide transportation strategy to reduce greenhouse gases since 2013. That's really the framework for the strategy we're submitting to the federal government. So it's not
really new information. I know it's in your packet, but I think you can look at it at your leisure because you're really seeing familiar information. We're not really bringing forward a whole new game plan here. We also included in that information from the TMAs, from some of the transit agencies, kind of what everybody's carbon action plan, climate action plan is to get those strategies in one place. The law also required a consultation group with all the MPOs in the state. And so we've met with them throughout this process to get their input on that strategy as well as into project selection. And this, the draft that we have for review right now is going to be due to FHW on November 15th. So we've got a little bit of time if there's some high-level issues or concerns that you'd like to share with us, and then every 4 years after that. Next slide. In our consultation meetings, which we had over the past year and a half, I guess it is, we really narrowed in, starting with that STS, statewide transportation strategy, where did we want to focus this program? And it's really in these 4 areas, under STS, vehicles and fuels, systems and operations, transportation options and pricing. You can also think of that as like cleaning up the miles we drive with the electrification, and then VMT strategies that will help people shift and reduce what they're using vehicles for as well. Next slide. So for the small urban and rural call for projects, we do have a staff person who's working on this, so we're able to put quite a bit of energy to supporting the program. We opened up so there's formula funds that are designated to areas. So everything 200, population 200 and below, again, came from ODOT, and then some of the NPO areas have certain designated dollar amounts. We put this all into one call for project while monitoring kind of those dollar amounts that go out. And so we had the call for projects open for 3 months, and we were able to really workshop with people. We went out and we presented to ACTs, to regions, to almost anyone who would listen, and really shared what we were looking for, and then had open office hours and things like that to really talk about what a successful project would look like. Made half the money available for that round, and we'll do another round in 2024 for folks who weren't ready or have projects that just weren't far enough along, and also so we could learn from that first round experience. Next slide. That consultation group helped us set the criteria. Of course, climate benefits was going to be the greatest portion of it. That's really the purpose of the dollars. There's other benefits we can get, but the main decision-making criteria was when and how fast and how much is this project going to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. Also look for that local support. This is part of the Federal Justice 40 requirement. So also looking at how these dollars can benefit disadvantaged communities, and I'll share with you what we believe those impacts will be. Opportunities and innovations, so kind of like X factor, like what's special about this project that'll really move things faster, and then where is it in that delivery. Next. So we have 23 projects coming from small urban and rural areas, of which we're proposing to award 15 projects. $21 million requested and awarding out a little bit later. And I will say in terms of an informational item, these all fell under director authority, but we welcome your feedback today around the program and for the next round as well. Next slide. So the projects that we would like to award under that criteria are electric vehicle charging, was a pretty good category, and really some interesting projects kind of spreading around electrification concepts around the state. Mobility hubs and active transportation, talk a little bit more about that. Intelligent transportation systems and transit. Next slide. I'll mention that these are FHWA dollars, so there were some limitations around how they can be spent, as we're all familiar with federal dollars. So some example projects, we had Confederate Tribes of Warm Springs proposing to convert existing streetlights to solar streetlights. So given that these were existing already coming off the grid, that helps them reduce the electric demand, but also increases the safety and the resilience of those streetlights will be able to be powered by solar. There's a mobility points program from City of Bend, so that's connecting transit, car share, bike share, electric vehicle charging in, I believe it's 4 or 5 points across the city. So I think that's that was kind of the X factor one, right, is where we're really trying to do something different with the transportation system to help people use other modes. And from City of Woodburn, an electric bus and charging equipment that will enable them to provide a new route as well. So really helping people get to work on an electric bus. Next slide. For the statewide projects, this was an internal selection process using the same criteria I talked about. And then again, that same process of really having an open door to folks across ODOT to discuss projects and build up concepts and see what would be successful. Next slide. And what came through here was transit projects, EV charging, intelligent transportation systems, not as much active transportation, but a little bit there, and then low carbon materials. So starting to chip away at that, at the embodied emissions of our construction projects. Next slide. So some example projects, and again, this is the full list is in your packet. We're going to make an investment in our NEVI program for medium and heavy duty. I gave it a sneak peek the other day. So picking 4 or 5 key sites and doing a bigger footprint so medium and heavy duty vehicles can access it, more power to that site to charge up medium and heavy duty vehicles faster, and really starting to see what that would look like in our key locations in the corridors. We'll be working with Region 4 on a low carbon material pilot project. So we've talked a lot about how do we reduce the greenhouse gas inputs of those construction materials, but what does it look like? So putting some money to that to figure out sort of methods and project types to deploy. We're going to be funding a micromobility program for small communities. Again, with those funding restrictions, well, you all were on e-bikes and bike share yesterday, so it's really investing in those type of programs, and it's mostly on the capital side because these dollars are not able to be used for the operations. But e-bike lending libraries is starting to get people a flavor of what some of these shared bike opportunities can be. And then our regional travel options, this is really investing where we are doing some congestion projects in key regional locations. So investing in transit, van pools, and bus on shoulder to make sure that the choice is there. So especially if we're looking at projects that might have a price to them, how do we make sure that we've already got options underway so that everybody's got a way to get where they're going in that system. I believe that's my last slide. Let's see, next slide. Yeah. Welcome your thoughts, feedback.
I really appreciate the report, and I'm totally supportive of the goals, and the statement goals, although I'm a little uncomfortable with the notion that we're going to make those things happen, because the action is really, we can be an enabler to some extent, but the actions are really on individual Oregonians to take a step to do something, whether it's buying an EV or hop on a bicycle rather than driving their cars. It's kind of, there's a sense that we're in control of this, and I don't really think we are in control of this. And part of it is while we have the goals, we're doing even to the projects are more responding to what people say they want to do to us. So, I'm beebling a little bit here. I'm always a little uncomfortable with, being responsible for goals that we really don't have even the ability to take the action to achieve. I'm supportive of what you're doing. Don't take that wrong. It's a little uncomfortable.
Well, and I think sometimes, again, it goes back to the transit and active transportation. Years ago, it wasn't something that people really considered unless they had no other choice. Now people are making that choice. I think that the piece that we really need to invest in at some point is marketing and really getting people to understand what the options are available to them in their community. I'd like to see more transit agencies do that piece of it. So when they are receiving these funds and they start letting their community know, hey, we're using electric buses, or we have this bike share program, we want you to come use it, and really getting them to push that message. I think that when people, I've heard about electric bikes forever. My husband I bought him an electric bike this year. I haven't rode a bike in 10 years, and the opportunity that I was given yesterday, I'm gonna go buy a bicycle now. And I'm excited about it because I think that it's a scary thing to make those decisions to do something different. But I think that the more that we can do to make people aware that it's available in their community, I think that that's where we lose out. We don't promote really what we can do to make a change. We don't promote, don't drive. Slow down, do something different enough. And it's just a convenience thing. People get stuck in a rut. So I think that these projects are important. I think it's great. I was going to ask you how oversubscribed we were, but you got to that slide. So you answered my question on that. But I think that it'll be interesting to see the next round, what comes of it. The one piece I do pause a little bit is the the electrification or the vehicle electrification, is we've donate, we've put so much money towards that. I hope that we're not using additional money out of a pot that, I don't know where this money came from, so. You can tell me if you want, but, I just want to make sure that we don't keep going towards electrification of vehicles and out of other pots. I want to make sure that there is money that has been set aside just for that purpose, that we be innovative and move on beyond that. Although the electric vehicle share is kind of interesting.
Two things. I understand your kind of internal struggle with it. And the way I look at it is, we don't have any sticks, but this is a carrot. And so let's try the carrots and see if it works. And my other question is, I always ask, can you give us a sense of the geographic distribution of the requests?
Yeah. Let me sort of
Put you on the
respond
spot.
to a few things and then make
Sorry.
sure that I answer that. So Chair Brown, Vice Chair Byer, Commissioner Smith, thank you for your comments. I appreciate all you said, and I think the program goes in the same direction of your comments. So one thing we looked at was the speed and assurance really that we will be reducing the greenhouse gas emissions. So this is less of, with the exception maybe of that NEVI build out, fewer investments in sort of public charging infrastructure. Some of the ones that we awarded were like fleets. So we were doing some investments in Klamath County where they had really a specific plan where a certain type of fleet vehicles could electrify. And they were like, okay, we know that if you change that exact vehicle to that exact vehicle or that exact street sweeper to that street sweeper, we're going to see that kind of benefit. So we did try to be strategic with those electrification ones. And then to your point as well, active transportation projects were a little less competitive, if you will, because we do have other dollars for that. And some of those really had that longer time horizon that had less ability to be impactful. So we looked at a few of those things. And then I think you're right to your point exactly with the education. So getting like that e-bike shared library so people can get their feet wet to start using it, making sure those opportunities are there in the community on the carrot side. And then I know that Lane County as well, as a TMA, they selected their own projects, but they did have a little bit for bike share, for education around it, and for some of those, and actually for transit micromobility programming. So yeah, really starting to make those connections. And I think it's a unique funding source that can sort of show where we're going. And then to your regional question, I have to maybe put my readers on here. We have split here. Okay. So for the small urban and rural program, again, the dollars are targeted certain areas. So let's say like Albany, Medford, et cetera, there's a certain dollar value. We didn't necessarily award all those projects. It depended on the projects that came forward and whether we selected them, and then we'll make sure they get projects the next time if not awarded. So the small urban and rural program put just a little bit of money into Region 1, knowing that a lot of Region 1 is the metro area, and they've selected their own projects. We put probably the most investments to Region 2 and 4 for the small urban and rural program, and Region 2 really has that smaller urban footprint, a lot of the projects there. And then, so that was where the bulk of the programs went. Region 5, we actually didn't have any dollars there, and we're going to keep talking with them and making sure that they get some successful projects there. I don't actually remember the project, but I know there's one in the pipeline that we've been working on with them. And then I think Region 3 is another area where we can just continue to have those conversations and build out what some of their projects look like. And then statewide, it was a little bit of a different story, that a lot of those dollars went to Region 6 headquarters. So it's really ODOT fleet, dollars for ODOT fleets for the material pilot, some other things. And then Region 1 got about a third of the dollars. And that's with some of those regional solutions where we're looking at doing bus on shoulder and then some more commuter type investments with transit buses and vans. Thank you. Oh, and I did forget another statistic. I was going to tell you the Justice 40 investment, about 65% of the project dollars are going towards disadvantaged communities that met the goal of the Justice 40 program. So I feel good.
Thank you. Commissioner Cameron, do you have anything that you would like to add?
I think just, echoing Vice Chair Byer's concerns, it's not our mandate to
lead behavior change. So I do think it's great that we have a dual approach where we're also thinking about how to decarbonize our actual vehicle miles traveled, but more importantly, we're also thinking about ways to make it easier and safer and more desirable for people to reduce their vehicle miles traveled. So safe, beautiful bike paths like we saw yesterday is a great way to do that. To your point, making it a carrot, an incentive, not fear of a fine or a tax or a toll, but making it something that is actually fun and safe and better for your quality of life is how we're really going to meet these goals. I appreciate all the work that you're doing.
I think it kind of goes back to our conversation with the other two states. You know, we've always been, in years past, we were highway divisions. That's what we did. We did highways, we built roads. But Oregon has made that pivot, and we're trying to figure out how to invest it so that it makes sense. Because we still have a responsibility for what we build and maintain it, but also how do we build the future, not only for ourselves, but for our children, grandchildren, on and on. They are the ones that are going to have to deal with the network that we are trying to actually build. And it's difficult because it's not a cheap endeavor. It is a very expensive one in a time where people don't want to pay for it. So having those options, I think, are some of the ways that we can give them opportunity to move the needle. Not necessarily take too much away from them. I don't know. We'll see. Yeah.
No.
Okay. Well, thank you, Suzanne. I'm sorry, I had a little bite of granola bar and now it wants to like attack me. I'm okay. I've got just. So we're a little bit ahead, and we're going to continue being ahead because we had to strike one item from the agenda, which was item G, which was after lunch. Illness of the person that was going to present. So we're going to move on to operational update. And I don't know who's coming. Oh, is it really going to be?
Good opportunity.
It's the
dynamic
duo.
Get a twofer.
All right.
Thank you for being ready. It's your.
Yes. They're always ready. Born ready.
Chair Brown, members of the commission, for the record, I'm Travis Brower, Assistant Director for Revenue Finance Compliance. I'm not sure I'd say we're ready, but we're ready enough, and we will step up to the plate. I will turn it to Mr. Lind while I go get the notes that I left back at the table.
So he wasn't ready. Almost ready.
Real time. Good morning, Commission. For the record, Mac Lynn, Delivery and Operations Division Administrator. Travis and I are bringing you the second operational update. So certainly welcome feedback today or offline as we continue to find the right mark of this for you all. Now, I'm going to highlight just three quick areas, and then I'll turn it to Travis to hit some of his items. So next slide, please. I always want to start with maintenance. Certainly as we talk about our budget situation and what we're planning to experience over the next few years as we lead up to funding conversations. Just some events recently that I thought really represent just our response and service that we provide to Oregonians. Certainly, we're always impacted by wildfires anymore in this state, but I just wanted to highlight one in particular. Our maintenance crew really stepped up. This is Highway 199 down in the south coast area of Southern Oregon. That road that goes from Big Grants Pass down into Northern California. It was shut down for 2 weeks, and it cut off several communities, both in Oregon and in California. We had manned closures by our staff. You can see that in the picture there, helping to facilitate the closure of that area for level 3 evacuations. You can see it in the picture as well. We're doing a chip seal project at the same time. So there's another impact of what we're experiencing out on the system, just our inability to get work done during the summer months. Hearing more examples like that, right, where our maintenance crews have work planned and then it's impacted by a fire closure. So that delayed the rest of that project until next summer when we get the weather back to do it. So an interesting impact. One thing I would just say, we always hear it on the South Coast especially, just there's limited detours, right? So the detour is another 2.5 hours for those folks to get to not only services, healthcare, right? We always hear about that as it comes up, and so we do whatever we can to help facilitate the travel through that area, but also just supplies, fuel, and food. So just an example, I could have picked 100 of those examples, of course, but I thought that one really resonated for what we're experiencing. The other one on the right, you may have heard about this on I-84 in the Gorge. 2 semi-trucks went into the Columbia River right back to back, so within 100 feet of each other. A terrible moment, right? Nobody, fortunately, was injured severely. We had to shut down the highway for several hours to recover those vehicles, but I wanted to highlight the picture on the far right. While our maintenance crews, we had 2 individuals out there responding to the first crash, the second truck actually hit our maintenance crew. And we weren't talking about that much in the media, right? So we've had that conversation. What are we doing to push that message of what our crew was impacted by? Luckily, they weren't hurt. They were outside of the vehicle assessing what was going on in the river and on the ground. But just wanted to highlight just one of the many impacts our crews certainly deal with. As we're talking about how we limit our expenditure, how we possibly hold positions vacant as we try to save budget, our budget's not going as far. This is the reality of what we're experiencing. Is how are we keeping our crews staffed for those responses that we have to do, right? Whether it's a wildfire or a crash like this on I-84, how are we managing through that and not putting our people in even more unsafe conditions by asking them to respond by themselves, for instance. So holding that line and not compromising on employee safety.
Mac, what was the cause of the accident?
Yeah, so Commissioner Byer, I believe the second vehicle, the driver fell asleep is what I'm hearing. I haven't heard the first one. Next slide, please. I want to highlight 2 projects. Safety, you've heard a lot about safety today in the previous panels. I just wanted to highlight one. This is north of Molalla. So kind of in that burgeoning area of the metro area that's expanding, right? We're certainly experiencing a growth in some of those rural communities on the fringe of the metro area. Molalla is that example. Tons of housing development going on, a lot of development that we're involved in to help support that, but and a key intersection. So we're talking about that rural intersection right on the urban fringe, so right on the kind of boundary of the city. It's a 4-way intersection, stop signs at 2 of the quadrants, but a severe safety issue. 80%, over 80% of the crashes over the last 9 years have been injury crashes. So right in line with what you were hearing from some of the other panels today. And thankfully, obviously it takes a while, but we were able to get a roundabout installed this summer. And you can see just the number of conflict points we're able to remove by putting a roundabout in at that location. Dramatic decrease in the serious injury crashes. And from an operational standpoint, it's about a $10 million project. We did that through a full closure with a detour. So a lot of community engagement around how they were going to detour around that intersection. Luckily, we had that detour with the county road nearby, and that allowed us to complete the work through our contractor at a much faster pace. Next slide, please. Finally, Van Buren Bridge. So Commission obviously has heard a lot from us about Scottsburg Bridge over the years. You're going to hear more from me about Van Buren Bridge over the next few years. It's a project that will be into construction over the next 3 to 4 years. Funded out of House Bill 2017 Bridge and Seismic Funds, so not a named or earmarked project in the bill, but certainly a reflection of that investment in transportation. This bridge, just confirmed the date this morning, built in 1913. 110 years old. We're now getting to replacing that bridge. If you've ever driven across it, it's a very narrow bridge. It doesn't really serve the needs of the community very well anymore, and it's certainly a concern from us from a maintenance standpoint. Excited to finally be under construction. You can see in the picture the detour bridge is installed or being installed this summer. Basically every summer we have critical milestones. So next summer traffic will go onto the detour bridge. Summer of 2025, the new bridge will hopefully open to construction. Summer of 26, the old bridge will come out. So just a lot of work in Van Buren. Finally wanted to highlight just a lot of community engagement. When we go in and talk about replacing a 110-year-old bridge, it's made a mark on that community, right? They embrace that bridge. And so certainly a lot of engagement around the architectural features of it. What is the new bridge going to look like? And how do we embrace that history and do some things to help celebrate the history of that bridge, that community. So just
three things I wanted to highlight for the commission today in my update.
Is the design on the bottom, is that what it's gonna look like?
Correct, I believe so, Chair. Working on the bridge rails, the columns, how are we adding those architectural features that are on the bottom right?
It won't be a truss bridge.
That's a great question. I don't think it's a truss bridge, I think it's single span. Or multiple span, excuse me, across the road. I should know, my apologies. Great question.
Did our job, gotcha.
Travis, I'll turn it over to you.
All right, thank you, Mac. So as Mac noted, this is our second operational report that we've given. I gave you one back in July and focused on a couple of areas around customer service and the budget and our financial condition. As Mac noted, we're sort of updating this, and we can add other topics to this. I'll also note that in November, we will actually have a written report that will accompany the material, so you'll actually get something in advance to review as opposed to just seeing what we do here. You already get a project delivery report from Delivery and Operations Division, so the operational report will complement that. So we appreciate any feedback. If there's anything else you want to see in this that's data about the ongoing operations of the agency, please let us know and we'll work to incorporate that into the report. We've done that in the past with the commission where we had a regular quarterly report. I think it was a helpful tool for you all to get that. So next slide, please. I'm going to start with the State Highway Fund balance. This is something we shared last month when we had all of net of $800,000 in the bank. So the good news is that our bottom line has improved just a little bit. You know, we have $38.9 million net balance in the State Highway Fund compared to a couple months ago. And I think a lot of that is receiving some of the reimbursement from our friends at FEMA for the wildfire recovery. So we still have about $100 million outstanding there. The bad news is that's still an incredibly low balance of net funds in the State Highway Fund, and it's not going to get any better. In fact, we're updating our methodology for the next report, and it will probably go closer to zero or even under zero as we incorporate some other spending categories that arguably should be included. So the next one may not cross perfectly with this. We still do have funds in the bank to pay the bills. The State Highway Fund is really more of a set of accounts that have, you know, as if you had like 14 different checking accounts. So there is money to pay the bills, and yet the net balance of those, after you take out all those dedicated committed funds, is extremely low. Hence why we need to be engaged in significant budget discipline at the department. To that point, next slide, please. We have been tracking very closely our budget for the last, well, several years in particular. And we now have finished up our fiscal year. About 99% of expenditures were in as of August 14th when we pulled this data. There's a little bit more that we pay some invoices that came in at the end of the biennium, but basically this is pretty much it. I will tell you, we did a very good job of staying within our budget. It took a lot of effort by everyone across the department, but we were able to do that. There were a number of reasons for that. First, we show you the legislatively adopted budget here because it is the official budget. But we actually set lower targets for each of our operations and maintenance funded divisions and said, yeah, you may have X million in your LAV. We're actually going to take about 3 to 5% off the top, and you don't get access to that. So we put in an artificial cap below that. And that was very necessary. Most divisions save money primarily by holding off on hiring, leaving positions vacant for a little bit longer, or even just leaving positions vacant for the long term if they were perhaps lower priorities. We were helped in that effort with the great resignation and the fact that we had a lot of positions that we were unable to fill. So some of our divisions, like DMV, for example, actually underspent even their budget target that we had given them that was a little lower because they simply weren't able to keep positions filled as rapidly as they would have liked. So we even underspent compared to our revised projections. One of the other major factors, and this doesn't hit our O&M budget so much, is that our project delivery and local government areas, you see those have some fairly significant underspending compared to the legislatively adopted budget. That was an area where we needed to control spending because that is not O&M spending. But in those areas, what we see is that we have to come up with a projection for funding, for spending 3 years before the end of the biennium. And generally, we come up with a projection that errs on the side of optimism about the timeline of delivering projects and the expenditure rate, because it is far better for us to have a little bit of cushion in the budget if the projects do spend out as quickly as they could, as opposed to have to go back in a fire drill mode to the legislature and ask for more. We actually had to do that last year with the I-205 project because it was added to the STIP. And go back to the legislature, and I will tell you, we came perilously close to some significant budget challenges as that project was spending faster when it was added to the STIP. The other factor there, really, for a lot of these different budget functions was we developed this budget. You approved it at the height of the pandemic, and there was a lot of wonky things that happened, to say the least. And most importantly, Congress passed the IIJA in 2021. The legislature added that funding into our budget at a level that was above what we expected to spend, because when new funding comes in, it usually takes a couple of years to get those projects developed and out the door. But they gave us the full amount in a lot of the accounts. So policy data and analysis, for example, they loaded in huge amounts of the NEVI funds and some other areas, even though, as we just heard, the carbon reduction program is just getting out the door today, per a normal process. So there's some reasons there.
What is infrastructure bank? And it's 62%.
Yes, that is, Chair Brown, Commissioner Smith, that is the Oregon Transportation Infrastructure Bank, which is a fund from which we can give loans to local governments, and they're repaid by various funding sources. It is also a place, the reason it actually underspends significantly is this is a wonky budget term, a non-limited fund, which means that it is not subject to annual appropriation or biannual appropriations by the legislature. So there are a couple of allocations that the legislature actually directed into the infrastructure bank, for example, wildlife crossings, so that the money, it was general fund money, does not expire at the end of the biennium. It will carry over into this biennium. So you just learned something way more complicated about the budget than most of us in ODOT know.
What am I going to spend it on?
Well, there is legislative direction on how to spend that money.
It's not that easy.
Yeah.
It's actually a loan program.
All right, so next slide, please. Now, I wanted to talk a little bit about customer satisfaction. This was a topic, we want to cover a customer service topic each meeting. And last time I walked you through some of the efforts at DMV and Commerce Compliance Division with some of their metrics. And we talked about our customer satisfaction, but just very briefly. So I wanted to bring that back to you today and share some details. This is one of our key performance measures that is directed by the Commission and then approved by the legislature with targets set by the legislature. It's made up of data from surveys of customers at our 3 major public-facing areas, Commerce Compliance Division, DMV, and Ask ODOT, where we do surveys of various aspects of the customer experience and get those responses back. So we have robust data. Unfortunately, as you can see, that has been falling over the last several years, even before the pandemic impacted DMV. Next slide, please. We break it down by division. I wanted to get a sense of, so where are some of the challenges? And what you see is there are 3 different components, and it varies over time. I mean, so for example, DMV, as you can see, had a real challenge in 2020. That was when the field offices were either closed for a while or had very limited capacity due to social distancing, and so people had a real challenge getting in. In 2022, we saw a much more consistent performance across the 3 functions, but unfortunately, it was still low, and so we need to be working to try to get those numbers up. There are some things that we're doing to address that. You heard from Director Strickler about the work that DMV is doing to put more services online. I got a chance to test those out recently and drug my daughter in to take a online driver test that was proctored so that DMV could get customer feedback. That's going to be a great system that's going to keep thousands of transactions done at home rather than in a DMV office for that initial knowledge test. Our new customer service queuing system in the offices will be really helpful. It'll allow people to check in, and then if there's a long wait, you can leave. You can go to Starbucks, you can go to the grocery store next door, you can go do whatever, and it will then text you when your spot is coming up. We're also going to have customer service kiosks that will allow people to take care of some transactions at their local grocery store or some other place. And that will include options for people who are cash preferred to be able to pay with cash. So those, I think, will all be important things to do.
When is that going to happen?
Chair Brown, Commissioner Smith, that will be debuting next year. We're still, just got that under contract with the vendor earlier this year, and so they are working diligently to get that out the door. It's been done in quite a number of other states, so we hope it will be able to move forward fairly rapidly. And I'll note there are actually opportunities to offer other services through that. Eventually, other state agencies might be able to offer services, and we anticipate those would be excellent customer service kiosks for the toll program eventually. To be able to pay a toll bill, to go be able to get a toll tag, to put in your car, set up an account, all of those things could be things we could do. So we'll look for other opportunities to use these.
Any rough estimate of how many there?
I do not have that yet. I think that's one of the details that's still being worked out. We'll provide an update in this report as we get closer to implementation of that. It'll be an excellent opportunity. One note I should give you is that take the numbers for Commerce Compliance Division with a grain of salt, because this is both people who call in for, to get a permit or register their vehicle. It is also customer service for those we have enforced federal and state laws against. So this is, in a sense, if the IRS audited you and made you pay up and then sent you to say, hey, how do you think we did? Or if the police were asking for the people they arrested, how they felt about it. So we're going to look at whether there is a way perhaps to focus more on those who are actually providing customer service to as customers, as opposed to those we are enforcing tax and regulatory policies as regulated entities. Nonetheless, CCD actually performs within the margins of the other groups fairly well. We are doing some work in CCD. I think last time we noted that we're changing the call center hours. Right now, based on feedback we've received over the last couple of decades, we have very long hours, including weekend, but that means we're spread very thin. So we have very few people on the phones at peak times. We're going to be going more to sort of a 6 to 6 Monday through Friday timeframe and have more people on the phones, should drive wait times down and hopefully increase that customer satisfaction. We're also at Commerce Compliance Division to be launching a new online over-dimension permitting system that will allow most of those permits, rather than having to call in or go through the paper-based process, to get that issued probably within minutes. And that should help address some of the customer service issues that we see as well. So with that, I will stop and happy to answer any other questions right now.
How do you explain Ask ODOT to me?
Chair Brown, Ask ODOT is our Citizens Ombudsman Office that takes in calls and emails from people across the state of Oregon on literally any topic touching ODOT, and sometimes topics that don't even touch ODOT. And they then work to get them responded to with the goal of a 5-day turnaround in order to get a response. So they take in hundreds of calls and emails every week and do a very good job of making sure those people are able to connect with people in the agency. I frequently get, requests for information or a response back, and everybody knows when Ask ODOT sends you that email, you better get back to the customer within 5 days or you're going to be in trouble.
I think a lot of agencies are dealing, I know we have a website that we do the same thing where you can leave comment, somebody will respond to you. One of the things that I've noticed over the last few years is people are just really unhappy, and any response you give them isn't good enough. And it can be very multifaceted at some point, because sometimes when you explain and it's a no, it's not good enough. They want you to respond further. So I think, when I look at the customer satisfaction piece and what you're showing us, it's really hard to judge really what is the customer response what are the customers feeling? Though I have to say, most people I talk to like the response they're getting about it. I'm not hearing negative things. Even at the DMV, it's just been complicated because of the whole waiting thing. And I'm just thrilled to hear that, we'll be given a number and a text message, because I've personally have spent many hours there and it's frustrating. So being able to leave, and I think that's one of those responses to the customer that you listen, or at least to the commissioner who has complained to you over and over. I mean, that's a great response, showing that we're trying to do what is right, but it's difficult. And the shortage of people that are willing to work, not only in our call centers, but in our offices, it's staggering, trying to fill those gaps. So thank you for all you do.
Chair Brown, you're absolutely right. I mean, we at DMV, they have done a very good job of being very proactive about filling their vacancies after they got into a bit of a pinch at the height of the Great Resignation. They're now down to fewer than 30 vacancies across the field offices, which is still high and much higher than we would like. But they've been very proactive about doing that. Now, it is a challenging job to fill. Luckily, I was down in our Medford field office a couple of weeks ago. They have largely filled up their staff. I think they have 3 more, though, that they need to fill. But almost the entire staff in that office is new. That is emblematic of the challenge we face across many of our field offices. And a DMV job is paid at a fairly comparable rate to what you might make working at Macy's. And yet, imagine you need to know the totality of the corpus of state law related to vehicle registration and licensing requirements, and have to tell people, I'm sorry, the documentation you provided does not allow you to register your vehicle in the state of Oregon. It's a challenging job. Our folks are very dedicated, and yet the realities are that is not an easy job to perform.
Just more of a comment/question. When we don't fill vacancies, and that helps us with our budget, my concern is, the question is, are we then understaffed in areas where we really need? So it's not the best way to do a reduction in force. And what steps, if anything, have we taken to make sure that we aren't falling below a critical level of staffing in various areas?
Yeah, Chair Brown, Commissioner Smith, I think that's an excellent question, and it's one every manager and division administrator struggles with. So within my finance and budget division, for example, we have quite a number of vacancies. We have prioritized the lowest priority positions when they come vacant to maybe hold open for 6 months, sometimes a year. Sometimes there's positions that we have now that are vacant for a couple of years, because the last thing we want to do is fill that position and then have to eliminate that position and the job for someone we have just hired. So every division is going to look at what are your highest priority areas of work. In some cases, you may have 10 people who work in a particular area. I've got 10 payroll people. If I'm 1 short, I'm probably going to be able to do that work okay. But as soon as you get to 2 or 3 short, then you're going to fall short. So you're going to need to go back and fill those positions. Matt, do you have anything you want to add and how to play that Dino?
Yeah, Chair Brown, Commissioner Smith, that's a great question. It's the reality of what we're dealing with right now, especially when we think about maintenance and operations. So we're anticipating holding between 100 and 200 positions vacant through the course of this biennium. That's not an insignificant number. We only have about 900 maintenance workers in the state. So, and as an example, real time, Region 5 Manager Patterson's in the back of the room, knows this very well. Bath Station. It's a maintenance station on the Idaho-Oregon border. It's a crew of 5. We're down to 2 right now. And that's not because we're holding those positions vacant. That's because of true vacancy, right? And it's a difficult place to recruit. So how we're managing that through sending folks from Ontario down there for the day, right? That's a pretty significant travel time. So not limiting what they can try to fill on that crew in terms of recruitment, but impacting some of our more urban areas where we don't have more capacity with our workforce. So addressing it through what are the on-the-ground realities of our recruitment challenges in some of those locations, how are we managing that reduction, some of the areas where we don't experience that acute challenge of filling positions. But that, back to my point around not compromising on employee safety, right? We're not asking that crew of 2 to go out there and do something that takes a crew of 4. And that just means we're getting less done. That means we're responding slower to things that we would typically like to respond to. So that's a bit of the on-the-ground reality.
And I worry a lot about the impact to the other employees when we're asking them to do more work, we're asking them to step up. You know, at some point, it's just not sustainable, it's not fair to them, and then we'll lose good people. So I appreciate that you're trying to manage it as best you can. It's just whatever we can do to support the folks who are being impacted by it.
Yeah, thank Chair Brown, Commissioner Smith. One thing I might add, circle right back to ASCO, because I think this is where we see it and we feel it, right? So our desire to have a good customer service experience when they call into ASCO or send in an email, maybe their frustration. How are we responding with, here's the reality of why we weren't able to respond. What we would like to be doing is allowing our staff to feel okay that they're supported in not being able to get out there. And so we've been using the moniker, we're going to do less because we have less, right? I think for those who have been around for a while, you've heard the moniker, we're going to do more with less, right? No, we're being very deliberate in saying we are going to end up doing less because we don't have the capacity to do what we know we would like to do. And I think you're spot on, Commissioner, with your concern about the staff we do have, right? Keeping morale up, keeping employee engagement up, keeping safety as our primary focus for our employees. All the things that I know my team is working on. Thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Two quick comments. First, Mac, it is not, the new Van Buren Bridge is not a truss bridge. I just checked the drawing. Really beautiful design that takes the historic nature of the old bridge into account. So I like the design. Travis, about DMV, I have really appreciated as a customer also of DMV. I've had positive experiences recently thanks to I think it was the same system that you get in line at Disneyland, and it's a fast pass. You don't have to wait. We've talked about using AI to fill some of the personnel gaps, especially if people just have questions about how do I register my vehicle, or leveraging technology to do more with less. Can you speak to that at all?
Absolutely. Chair Brown, Commissioner Chapman, we actually do use an AI function on the call system. It's called Watson AI. It's an IBM product with their Watson system. And so when you call in, you can you're prompted to provide, so what is it you're calling about? And what we find is that the system is able to give answers or direct people to the information they need a decent portion of the time, so that then they don't need to wait, 10 to 12 minutes currently that we have as a customer service wait time on the phones. They can go get that information off the website quickly, and then they are not going to be taking up the time of a customer service rep for someone who maybe has actually a complicated issue to address. And so we see that is a system we implemented back in 2021, perhaps, and have renewed that for the next while. I think we're going to be looking at that going forward as well, and the potential of even online chat, GPT functions, other things. The challenge we have with AI right now, things like ChatGPT, are not actually designed to return correct answers. They are designed to return probabilistic responses. And so I have no doubt that someone is going to find build a system, if they already haven't, that would be able to allow you to load the entire corpus of the DMV rules and procedures, and then you could ask a question against that, as opposed to a question against the entire internet, which you then returns false responses on a regular basis.
There is a company that does that.
I have no doubt that we probably have some of them knocking on our doors already today.
Just recently did it. That's why for the OHA side on the Medicaid and loading information policy so that it could answer questions and also check against contracting, et cetera. I mean, AI is pretty powerful and it's pretty amazing. It's scary because we really don't know what that kind of technology, and like you said, if it isn't given the right information, it could give you a false answer. So. You have a comment, Director?
Just one, which is a comment of appreciation to the Commission acknowledging not just the work to keep the budgets where they are, Madam Chair and members of the commission, but this complex element that they're working with, we are asking every manager to do things that we haven't asked them to do before. And it doesn't matter what level they are in the agency. We are, roughly 4,800 folks across the agency trying to deliver on all the things that Oregonians are asking of us. And this team has done a fantastic job of really trying to find the right priority areas, recognizing that we're not always going to get that right, but they're doing everything they can. And the things that they're managing are more coming from the outside, whether it's transportation need or whether it's customer needs and those kinds of things. And we're also managing it with, I think, a higher level of stress and anxiety because, frankly, many of the positions, and they answered it really well, but I will just say bluntly, we have a lot of positions that are one deep in our agency because of where we sit financially. You're going to see more conversation like this and more impact over the next several months as we kind of have more conversation leading up to a 25 discussion. So the importance of 25 is just, it can't be overstated.
Thank you for that comment. And I know that we give you a hard time when you come up here sometimes. Sorry, Mac, that we caught you on the bridge and we made the comment, haha, caught you. But we try to have a little humor here because we know that your brain is so full of information at this point and you're managing so many things and trying to keep all of those things up in the air. Thank you for all you do. And we'll just keep giving you little jabs of humor. But in the end, I think the one thing that people forget, and this goes to customer service, we're all human. We're all struggling to give the right answers. People need to show a little grace sometimes, and they just aren't. So in the meantime, as far as the employees that work here, we need to support them as much as possible because we know the shoes that they're in.
One more thought.
Sure.
So are we making sure that the folks that we're asking more and more of are taking their vacation time? And can we monitor that?
That's really important.
I mean, is it a culture that, yes, you take your vacation? Because if it's not, I'd like to have a dialogue, to have that be more of a
Yeah, absolutely.
expectation.
Yep, Madam Chair, Commissioner Smith, well-placed question. I would argue that not all of us are the prime example of what that looks like, but the expectation is that all managers know that vacations are valuable time for people to go recharge, and that it's something that people should use. So,
Including the managers.
that's exactly right.
Managers, including the director, and that is why we're going to just stay on task and we're just going to get through this agenda early today because our director is going on vacation. And we want him to take a vacation.
For the first time in 3 years.
Yes. So, is there anything else you want to share with us? All right. Well, we are just smoking through this agenda. We are going to go to lunch. We have 75 minutes. I've been assured by one of the employees, one of the managers, that they could actually eat in 4 minutes. But we probably won't take 75 minutes. And so the reason I bring this up, because if you are watching virtually, you'll want to tune back in. So let's look at our timeline now. Originally, we said we would be back at.
We're taking 75 just to make sure the travel time.
How long?
Add the travel time to get over.
Travel time? Okay, you need to run. And you can run back, just don't trip and fall. We were supposed to come back at 1:20.
11 or 12:50.
Oh, sorry. Well, yes, you're right, 12:50.
Yeah.
You
can do 12:30
So let's,
probably.
12:30.
12:45. 12:45. 12:45.
Will the food be ready when we get there, or are we going to rush over there?
We're hoping so. That was the request.
Okay, so if we're,
Already late. Yeah.
We're at it.
But we already did some of the stuff in the afternoon. I mean, really for lunch, so they should be
yes,
ready.
so at 12:45, we will reconvene. Be careful, don't run too hard, do not fall down. And what was the other thing?
Then we're gonna take the UMO. Is that our
Yes,
next?
and we will start with item number I, which is the UMO.
We're in the hotel, is it just in the
Same
restaurant?
place we had dinner at.
Yeah, it's just in the restaurant.
On Tuesday night.
I'll show you. Just call.
All the way it was.
No.
Price it.
Night before.
Oh, it's just
Right there.
Right
across from
Yeah, yeah.
All right.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, Chair Brown. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Vice Chair, members of the Commission. For the record, I'm Brendan Finn, Director of ODOT's Urban Mobility Office, joined here by my partner in crime, Deputy Director Della Mosier. Here to give you an update. I know you're ahead of schedule, but we will maintain and stay on time. Get through our update here. We have some important things to bring to your attention and follow up based on our past meeting. Remember, the last time we were before you, you approved a finance plan for the urban mobility strategy that I was brought forward along with Assistant Director Brower. I want to give you a quick update on where that is, how it impacts some of our projects and programs. Talk a little bit about a great opportunity we have with the Rose Quarter Improvement Project and moving that effort forward, as well as some updates on some of the work we're doing around tolling, the engagement that we're having with our committees. We're listening and then we're responding. We want to show and demonstrate how that's happening out there with our partners, as well as some amazing construction updates and progress we're making on the Abernathy Bridge project. And now I'll be recording.
Sorry. Do you want me to start
Something
again?
happened.
Let's start again. We'll make it quick. We'll get it right this time. Okay, good afternoon. We're back in session on the Oregon Transportation Commission meeting of September 14, 2023. In front of us, we have the Urban Mobility Office giving us an update. So Brendan and Della, welcome.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the Commission. For the record, I'm Brendan Finn, Director of ODOT's Urban Mobility Office, joined by Deputy Director Della Mosier. We're here to give you an update and a progress report on the last action that the Commission took regarding our portfolio around the Urban Mobility Strategy Finance Plan, how that's impacting our projects and programs. We want to give you an update on an opportunity that's to move forward the Rose Quarter Improvement Project, which I know is a priority for the agency and the Commission, as well as some updates on how we're engaging our partners in the Portland metropolitan region and across the state on the efforts around tolling. Then talk a little bit about some of the things we're considering for the I-205 toll project, and then a quick update on some progress being made on the construction of the Abernathy project. So we'll do that all in like 10 to 12 minutes, and we want to make sure, we'll move it right along, Commissioner, and make sure we leave time for questions, concerns, and comments from the Commission. So with that, next slide, please. And we'd like to show the map to give this illustration of the strategy that you helped formulate. That really is that comprehensive approach to reducing congestion, increasing mobility in the Portland metropolitan region. Over the course of time, this has been an iterative map. It's changed as conditions have changed, as our financial position has changed. As you know, that we have taken a delay in our implementation of tolling. That will impact how this strategy moves forward, as we talked about at our last meeting. But two quick changes to this map from the last one you saw. One of them is a design refinement that we made with the Rose Quarter Improvement Project. So you're going to see that little bike ped crossing right there. That was an addition that was made to address a lot of the concerns that we heard through the supplemental environmental impact statement, the supplemental environmental assessment process we're going through with our federal partners. We want to thank all those that participated in that, in particular the Portland Trailblazers, who have been a great partner in helping us design the right project for the community, but also for that important facility and organization. Also, if you look to the south, we have the I-205 Abernathy Bridge project by itself. We did take phase 2 off of the map for now, as that project will be indefinitely suspended to meet our current fiscal needs. So, next slide. So as I mentioned, last we were before you in June, Commissioner Chapman, I think it was your first meeting when we talked about the urban mobility strategy and our finance plan, the delay in tolling and what that meant. Deliberated on that and gave us direction. We got that in and was received by Governor Kotek prior to the deadline of July 1st. We have heard back from her office acknowledging the receipt of that, and thanks to the Commission for your work and leadership moving that forward. So that was there. We're again putting that into implementation right now and share with you some of the impacts that does have. So next slide. With that, we did, with the Rose Quarter Improvement Project, this commission did indicate a lot of support for that and moving forward some of these key milestones and pieces of work that we need to get forward to get this project ready for construction. Obviously, that commitment is still there as we move forward this supplemental environmental assessment to get approved by the federal government and FHWA. We're hoping in early 2024. You'll see on the right some of those design refinements that we've proposed and presented to you in the past. And you'll see in the blue that Clackamas pedestrian and bicycle crossing, kind of a key addition to addressing some of the safety issues that were brought up during our comment period. It also connects in with the larger bike ped process that's going on, making kind of a regional connection in the Portland metropolitan region. So a great design refinement there. We'll work forward on the design packages for the early work packages, and then the main construction pieces, which is the cover and the portions of the street improvements that need to be made there. To that end, we are going to be seeking a significant grant application proposal that we're going to be putting forward to the federal government under the infrastructure improvement, why am I recent, the investment act through the federal government, and we'll be doing that under the Reconnecting Communities opportunity, where we'll be looking to find dollars for not only the cover, but also those street improvements and purchasing the right of way. That obviously will be a significant portion of the project, but it does not get us there. We are committed as an agency to work with you as a commission and our legislative leadership to work to getting the funds needed to complete this project. The agency has already dedicated $100 million towards this project. Unfortunately, that does not, because those are dollars that were already spent, are not considered a match to this grant application, but we still do remain committed to seeing this forward and obviously working with our partners in getting as much support as possible, and we look to get much of that for this project.
And what is the match requirement?
Chair Brown, Vice Chair Byer, there is no match requirement for this grant opportunity. And while we would like to provide one to be more competitive, we will demonstrate, obviously, the commitments that have been made by this commission, the legislature, and obviously other community partners, as I would like to bring forward in a future meeting, the partnerships that we have not only with the community, Albina Vision Trust, our Historic Albina Advisory Board, which is our main advisory board from this project, as well as the City of Portland on the larger land use and development district design that they're looking to accomplish in this area. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions when we get to the end. I'd like to turn it over to Deputy Director Delamo to talk a little bit more about how we're engaging with our partners on the tolling program.
So next slide, please, and thanks, Brendan. For the record, Della Mosier, Deputy Director of ODOT's Urban Mobility Office. And good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, and Commissioners. As Brendan mentioned, the project team is pivoting in how we are delivering the urban mobility strategy, and specifically by how we're engaging with our local agency partners around tolling in the Portland metro area. I've heard loud and clear over the last several months that our local agency partners are concerned about the effects of diversion above and beyond what was identified in the environmental document. And you can see that the work that's shown here on the slide is really a result of a lot of those conversations and collaborations. Our partners have worked to help us develop a public transportation strategy project list and Nexus project lists that really drive at addressing those diversion issues that aren't contemplated in a regular environmental document, as well as give us additional opportunities to advance multimodal accessibility, again, manage that diversion, and then address equity challenges in the transportation system. To date, we have received around 50 public transportation strategy projects, and more than 17 local agencies have submitted Nexus project lists. So we're incredibly encouraged and optimistic about this renewed level of collaboration with our local agency partners. And we'll be engaging with the Equity and Mobility Advisory Committee, the Regional Tolling Advisory Committee, the local agency senior staff, and really determining how best to incorporate this robust list of solutions and opportunities into the implementation plan reports that will go to Governor Kotek on December 15th of this year. Next slide, please. So as I mentioned, sorry.
Let's go back a slide, please. Quick question. Help me understand what a Nexus project is and a public transportation strategy project is.
Absolutely, Chair Brown and Commissioner Smith, great question. So the public transportation strategy project list is more advanced and has been occurring for probably about 6 or 9 months longer than the Nexus project list that kicked off this summer. In response to what we heard from our partners about the concerns about transit deserts along the toll corridors. So that work began as part of the original environmental process as a complementary conversation to aid in how we would deliver the toll program. The Nexus project lists go above and beyond just that public transportation sort of solution into what other solutions are needed in communities, again, maybe to operations, maybe to safety, and other types of concerns that the communities, that the local agencies know about their communities and the needs that they have. But those projects have a nexus to a toll program. So they are similar and yet somewhat different. And sometimes you will see a transit solution on the nexus list, but you wouldn't see an operational improvement on the transit list right now. So we'll be able to look at those comprehensively. So the project team and our local agency staff have also been very busy this summer looking at 3 different options related to the Regional Mobility Pricing Project or Regional Tolling Program. And they've been having conversations about the trade-offs of each one of those options as they relate to diversion, equitable outcomes, and travel time reliability. We've also been out at around 2 tabling events per week, and we've had 20 to date, so this slide is already out of date. Having the same conversations with the public, and then taking that input and feedback back to the conversations that we're having with our local agency partners, and informing how we're choosing to move forward with the Regional Mobility Pricing Project. We've also been able to provide that information in multiple languages, and I just want to highlight that we have an opportunity and a good relationship with our community-based organization liaisons who help ensure that we are connecting with underrepresented and underserved communities, and also help us to ensure that our translated documents are easy to understand so that we can get that needed input to inform how we move forward on this program. Next slide. So as Brandon mentioned, in the urban mobility strategy and when he showed the map, in early 2023, the I-205 toll project included tolls at both the Abernathy and Tualatin River bridges. The I-205 toll project now, in alignment with the urban mobility strategy finance plan that this commission approved, now contemplates only a toll at the Abernathy Bridge. And as Brendan mentioned, the second phase of construction, which included a 3rd lane, as well as upgrading or replacing several bridges along the corridor, has now been indefinitely postponed due to other financial priorities. So as a result, the environmental document that was submitted for public comment last spring and winter will now need to be revised, and the type of revision that Federal Highways has recommended for ODOT to pursue is a supplemental environmental assessment. And that assessment will look again at the impacts of a toll only at the I-205 Abernathy Bridge. As that document is being developed, we will be seeking public comment and input as we evolve that information and as some of our traffic studies and other information become available. And then we will compile that document and provide it again for public review and comment, as well as a public hearing. And we expect to be able to get that product out by around mid-2024. Pending federal approval, we anticipate being able to start collecting tolls on the Abernathy Bridge in 2026, and those tolls will pay for a portion of the I-205 Abernathy Bridge construction.
Vice Chair.
Thank you. Della, in terms of doing the second environmental impact on that stretch of highway, will a lot of the initial information be able to be used, or we're going to have to duplicate that?
Great question, Chair Brown, Vice Chair Byer. The information, the traffic studies certainly will change since the tolled corridor is much shorter. Previously looking at around a 7-mile length section of 205 that would be tolled. This now is reduced to more of a point toll located at the Abernathy Bridge. We will probably see some changes in diversion patterns. We'll see changes in congestion management as well. And so we are expecting, although the base information, the modeling that was used in the original work and the agreements on how to use the regional model are still there, the updates and revisions will take several months to complete. Slide. So speaking of toll revenue, the team, while we're developing the supplemental environmental assessment and going through a lot of those updated projections on greenhouse gas emissions and congestion and traffic patterns, we'll also be concurrently developing the financial revenue financial revenue forecast for the Abernathy only tolling option. Here you can see a few high-level scenarios, financial planning scenarios. I won't go into them in detail, but each one has a different type of toll schedule that will be able to achieve the goal of around $400 million in capital funding to pay for a portion of the Abernathy Bridge construction project. We will be coming back to you with the results from this initial financial planning scenario and get your input on how we move forward with the next step, which is the level 2 traffic and revenue analysis. And then once the results from the traffic and revenue analysis are available, those will help to inform decisions that will be made by this commission to set the rates for tolling, and the schedule on when those decisions will be made are coming up in Travis's presentation following this one. So next slide. Finally, I get the pleasure of updating you on the progress that's been made out on the Abernathy Bridge construction project. Most notably, the team was able to complete construction of a new roundabout on the west side of the bridge in the West Lynn area at Oregon 43 Willamette Falls Drive. And this particular part of the project took around 6 weeks to complete during at least 3 weeks of a significant detour and closure in the area. But because of those closures, the team was able to open this roundabout ahead of the start of school as well as Labor Day weekend, and they opened it on time or even ahead of schedule. They finished about a day early. We're also in the second season of our in-water work window out on the project, and so crews are out there continuing to drive pile and install those deep drilled shaft foundations. And you can also see some of the columns coming up in the second picture there, coming up out of the river that will support the future earthquake-ready Abernathy Bridge. We want to thank everyone and the public for their patience with us during these detours this summer, and let folks know that the more significant detours and closures are complete for 2023, and that we will have some periodic nighttime closures. And then the pile driving for the in-water work window for our neighbors in the area who are subject to some of those sounds will be complete over the next several weeks. So it's been a very busy summer. A lot's been getting done, and if you haven't had a chance to stop by the new roundabout and give it a try, we've been getting a lot of good feedback on the improvement in operation for that particular facility. So with that, I'll go ahead and go to the next slide and turn it back to Brendan to close us out.
Thank you, Noah. Madam Chair, Commissioners, thank you. Appreciate, I think we're just 1 minute over, Madam Chair. But I'd like to take this opportunity to thank our team at the Urban Mobility Office, as we partner with. The Urban Mobility strategy goes beyond just our office. It's kind of a one ODOT experience. So I want to thank a lot of my colleagues that are here, the people on our team, and then those who help advise us that sit on our committees and spend the time to make sure that we're getting it right. Because I think I said it in the beginning, for us, it's very important that not only are we listening, but also that we are responding. And we want to make sure that we are doing that. We can't do that without their contributions. You've seen some of these boards here in this presentation, but I in particular want to call out the Historic Outline Advisory Board and all the time and effort they've put in. So with that, Madam Chair, I'll stand down and answer any questions or comments that the Commission may have.
Questions or comments?
Presentation.
It is. Thank you for the work that continues. I think sometimes we forget that this is still going forward, that everything is happening while we're trying to deal with everything else here at ODOT, but I know that you've been doing amazing work. I think in the future, maybe we should think about having a meeting where we can attend and meet some of these people from the advisory committees and hear what they have to say. I think it's important that they know that their voice has been carried forward. And that we have been considering the things that have been brought forward. So thank you again for your hard work. I know it's a lot. I don't know that I want to bring everybody in the room all at the same time. So we'll have to figure this out exactly because we could be here all day. But I think that in reality, we would like to hear maybe from the chairs to be able to give us kind of an update on how they felt the process went. Because I think the other piece of it is if this is very successful in what we're doing as a process, that we should make sure we continue doing that in the future as we try to roll out these different projects across the state. Thank you. Okay, next is our tolling implementation update. You didn't bring Maureen? Oh, there's Maureen. I was just saying, where's Maureen?
She's coming.
Okay.
I didn't run screaming from the building.
You didn't?
Not yet.
There's still time. Chair Brown, Vice Chair Byer, members of the Commission, for the record, I'm Travis Brower, ODOT's Assistant Director for Revenue Finance and Compliance. And I'll let Maureen and Garrett introduce themselves, then I will step into the topic.
I'm Maureen Bach. I'm the Revenues and Fees Section Manager. That means I run the Fargo program, tolling operations, and utility programs.
Garrett Pryor, he, him pronouns, ODOT's toll policy manager, and tolling's all I think about all day. So, yeah.
I am so sorry.
Yeah.
Well,
all right. Well, thank you for the opportunity to come in front of you today. We are trying each meeting to bring you an update on tolling and a deep dive into a major element of toll policy, because this is a very important element of the Commission's purview as the toll authority for the state of Oregon. In May, you may recall, we brought an update on the tribal exemptions that we're working through. And so today we are going to do a deep dive of the low-income toll program, which the Commission has engaged on multiple occasions on the past. In particular, Commissioner Smith has been part of the EMAC conversation. Our last major engagement, I believe, was back in September of 2022 when you approved the low-income toll report to the legislature. So this technically, I think, will be the first time for two of the commissioners who are here today, as well as Commissioner Baker, who has not been deeply engaged in this yet. So it's time for us to really get into this topic. We're going to be bringing you a variety of things in the near future, including a lot about discounts and exemptions. So as we think about that, we want, as an agency and as the Commission, to remember that with the toll program, we're trying to achieve a number of outcomes related to equity, related to investment in the transportation system, related to reducing congestion and reducing traffic volumes, to achieve our GHG reduction goals. And so every discount and exemption that we offer to the public needs to be looked at through those lenses of how it will impact those ultimate outcomes we're trying to achieve. In general, any discount or exemption is likely going to cause some combination of less revenue, more traffic on the facility, less emissions reduction, and higher administrative costs, which then can require higher rates for those who continue to pay the toll. So it's going to be important that we balance all this. For every one of those discounts and exemptions, we as a department are going to do an examination of it really closely to determine what the impacts are on all those outcomes we're trying to achieve. And really determine through that analysis which ones to recommend to the Commission to bring forward in terms of which ones we think will have a acceptable and balanced outcome in terms of congestion, traffic relief, and traffic volumes, higher costs, and higher rates. So we will be walking you through that over time, but want to make sure that that's front and center as we talk about this topic. We do think it's important for us to offer a low-income toll program, but we'll be looking through that lens at the decisions that need to be made here. So with that, we can go to the next slide, and I'll turn it over to Garrett for the one.
Definitely. So tolling, as we heard about even in the previous presentations, we have projects going on, we have back office systems, so it's a complex package that's moving forward. And this is meant to really focus in on highlight your role and some of the decisions that'll come along. So earlier this year, by approving the Oregon Transportation Plan and the Highway Plan tolling amendment, you provided that policy direction, which then informs our next deepening of into the rulemaking work. And we have our third toll advisory committee, the STRAC, the State Toll Rules Advisory Committee, going on now. And we're hoping to bring you kind of a package and a public comment period of rules early next year. So that's the rulemaking piece. And then what you'll see after this, and we'll see it on a timeline here in a second, but it's really where the work that you heard Brendan and Della talking about in toll project land meets with the rules and the policies and the rate setting process. And that's what's brought forward to you all, and that's that kind of final stamp as the toll rate setting authority for the state in setting the rates on the individual projects. And then revenue allocation. Next slide. So here, our lovely arrow, we're working our way across the screen on our toll timeline. We talked about the policy direction we had earlier this year. We're in the middle of the rulemaking process now. And the outcomes that Travis is going to go over later in the presentation get to that third line of really kind of identifying some of that, those elements of the low-income toll program, so we can include that in the governor's implementation report. And also, it can really set us up to save time and money in the traffic and revenue analysis that begins really after that, that kind of sets up what you see there in the bottom right corner, the final rate setting process itself. A good practice in those toll traffic and revenue analyses are really to try to hone in on the number of options you're studying. So you're not bringing 20 different options, but maybe a more limited set. And so that's what we're trying to accomplish today, is trying to get hone in on the low income element on those fewer scenarios. Next slide. Quick note about that previous slide, and y'all had the tri-state meetings before. The interstate bridge, what we agreed to here will then have to also be negotiated with the Washington State Transportation Commission for the interstate bridge project itself.
Is it a given then that whatever the structure is we define for, say, the 205 will be exactly the same for the interstate bridge and or the opportunities they have difference?
Chair Byer, or Chair Brown, Vice Chair Byer, not necessarily. That will be subject to the by-state negotiations. So under the terms of the intergovernmental agreement that was agreed to in the past, and which we will be updating, each state will have to approve a toll rate structure by majority vote of the commission. So one state will not be able to simply say that this is how it's going to be. Washington State has a set of exemptions and discounts. We will have a set of exemptions and discounts. You're going to have to negotiate that. I think that our hope is that for the sake of customers who are using multiple of those facilities, that it comes, whatever is applied to the interstate bridge will be very close to what we have in Oregon to avoid confusion.
I mean, I think that makes more sense. It's going to be confusing, but there may be other exemptions that are on that bridge.
The But keep in mind that Washington Commission wants the same thing. It will spread across all of their tolls under that scenario.
Yes. So,
It's important to note that the Washington State does not have a low-income toll program. They have limited preemptions for tolling of tribes, and there are other areas where their exemptions in state law may look a little bit different from ours as well.
I think we're going to be setting a
That's not
standard.
the impression that we got from the Washington Commission the other day. They had the executive director, they said, had comment, they had made recommendations to their legislature in 2021, which included some deviations, but the legislature essentially said, we don't think we want to have them.
Chair Brown, Vice Chair Byer, there is a little bit of a dance, I think, between the Washington State Transportation Commission and the legislature in Washington about toll policy and rates, given that all those projects are legislatively authorized, just as there will be between the Oregon legislature and the Oregon Transportation.
I get it.
We'll get them there.
That's the goal.
Okay.
So I get to do the piece where I tell you, that all sounds really good, but it's going to cost a lot to implement. And we have done a procurement for a commercial back office system and customer service center that has to be scalable to accommodate different rates on different facilities and different exemptions and different discounts. So until all of those policy decisions are made, we have a very high-level output-based set of requirements that allow for us to configure the back office to meet, so we can test and make sure that it will generate the revenue that we're expecting, and we have minimized the leakage on that. So all of these conversations are being followed really closely by my team as we go through this to make sure that we have accommodated that in the back office procurement. The roadside procurement is expected to go out later this fall. But the discussion with like WashDOT, who actually runs the toll facilities in Washington, is a really critical piece of this. We've outlined what the similarities are in their system and what the differences are. We have some gaps. We need to work on enforcement. We need to work on, a lot of those things and how do we message that to people traversing our borders frequently. So we have some work to do there. Next slide. So as Travis and Garrett noted for you, defining the 11th Century Development Control Program, the thresholds and who applies, and how do we make sure that we have information that supports the eligibility. That's a piece that we're working on right now. And then how do we operationalize those toll exemptions in a way that is easy for the public that is using them to understand and to actually avail themselves of the benefits of those programs. And then we're been working with tribal governments on determining what tolls on tribal government vehicles, members. How do we validate that information as well in a way that's not intrusive or is cost effective? And then we're planning to use shake-based tolling. That's really the more modern way rather than counting axles. It allows us to not put sensors in the road bed. And we've heard stories from WashDOT on the problems they've had in like measuring the difference between the rebar and the road surface. And is there enough room there to put the sensors in? So we've been socializing that with other polling facilities and making sure that we're doing the right thing there. And then we work really closely with the Urban Mobility Office on making sure that they're aware of what we're doing on the back office side and vice versa. So it's a very complicated dance.
So just going back to this list, this is a list of separate and discrete issues that we are working now. And as we've noted, we brought a couple of these to you for discussion. You heard from Della and Brendan a little bit about the public transportation strategy and the Nexus projects. Our goal is, even though we're going to bring these to you separately and discreetly for conversations, we'll be able to, over time, bring you the whole holistic picture. And really, ideally, by the end of the year, there are some key decisions that will need to be made. You have a report to the governor that was directed to the agency and the commission by the end of the year in December that needs to be made.
That will focus on the equity and mitigation components of tolling. So we're going to be working to make substantial progress on these issues really over the course of the next 3 months. And so there's some urgency to some of the conversations we're going to be bringing today around that low-income toll program.
Christian? Go ahead. Just a quick question. I want to make sure that we build in some time in this report at the end of the year so that we get feedback from the EMAC and our partners so that it's not, we make a decision without understanding their perspectives.
Chair Brown, Commissioner Smith, very good point, and you'll see too that we are going to be having conversations with EMAC and other advisory committees really over the next several months, even before going in. So you'll have feedback and input from those advisory committees as we bring some of this forward to you.
But once we have made a decision, I want to hear from them before it goes in.
Good point. Feedback loop is important, and being able to say, you told us this, here's the decision that was ultimately made, and then allowing for feedback. It's important to note, and we'll talk about this later, the decision you make in December is not the final irrevocable decision for all time. It is
Really, we're going to have to hear from you again?
You're going to be hearing from me and Garrett and Maureen and Brendan and Della far more than you probably want. So it will be the decision, to commit to a path, but there are still opportunities for that path to take something, of course.
Vice Chair?
Just to put on your radar, in case it isn't there, it probably is. But based on the last 2 days talking with the Washington Commission, they have a very apparently strong policy that the back office operation be apportioned among the various tolling projects. And I suspect they would look at ours and say 205 is a different project from the IBR. And probably as we go on down, so that makes our life even more difficult.
That's right.
We have been keenly mindful of the need to segregate those projects as they come online, be able to allocate costs
according to the project.
I think it's going to be very important that you work with Vice Chair Byer and with Commissioner Chapman as they're going to be on the tolling piece of the subcommittee for the commissioners and having those conversations with Washington, giving them enough information so that when you're in these conversations and you're talking about the exemptions that, we're making it very clear I think we have to at some point say what we want. It's not all about what they want and then coming to a compromise of how both of us can achieve something. So we'll see where it lands, but it's very complicated.
Well, we're going in new, and they're coming in with established projects, which is not just what their commission was, it's what the various projects and communities have established the right to.
Chair Brown, Vice Chair Byer, all excellent points. And I think, we will be working very closely with all the commissioners, but particularly Commissioner Byer and Commissioner Chapman on that bi-state negotiation. I think our opening salvo will probably be to accept the set of exemptions and discounts that are decided on the Oregon side. And that will be a starting place for negotiation, as that would be the most seamless approach for customers who will be using multiple bridges and other toll points within the Portland metro region. But we'll have many conversations with you about that.
And I think the other point is we're also working with ODOT on the interoperability, so we can accept their toll tags without them having out the water. So those are, operational pieces that are adding complexity.
Well, in their entire way of their structure of their commission and the responsibility is so different than Oregon's, and so it's just bringing in a level that is difficult. So, but I think we all committed to working on it and figuring it out at some point.
I think at Tri-State, I heard Commissioner Smith describe it as difficulty and complexity is opportunity.
Yes.
All right, why don't we move along then, and we'll talk a little bit in greater depth about the low-income toll program and turn it over to Garrett to kind of walk through the background of how we got to where we're at today.
Definitely. One more. So Travis did excellent in setting up all these different factors we're trying to balance. And so to unpack those a little bit here, this first bullet point is talking about the recognition of existing transportation funding sources and their impacts on people experiencing low incomes. Primarily, this is speaking to some of the FHWA research around the gas tax now and how as vehicles get older and electric vehicles and higher fuel efficiency vehicles are higher cost, we have lower income people paying a larger share of their burden with the current gas tax. And so that really takes you a look at the opportunity with tolling where the person who uses the facility pays for it, being as possibly a more equitable way of having that cost borne. 2021, the Oregon legislature directed ODOT to develop an income-based toll program that was required report to the legislature. This would get good news for us in the commission because we had already been working on it since 2020 based on your direction and chartering of the Equity and Mobility Advisory Committee. So that low-income toll report was kind of a step that we were a good in our path, a friendly message. We had direction from you all to accept that report and the Oregon Highway Plan toll amendment, which provides some policy direction towards how we think about these income thresholds, and then also, like Travis mentioned before, the toll rate setting process is not a set it and forget it piece, and so even what we establish now, there's always opportunity in the future to revise. And finally, you'll see here filtered throughout are the work of this Equity and Mobility Advisory Committee and their recommendations, and kind of to your point, Commissioner Smith, what you'll see here in the presentation, bringing their feedback directly to some of these decisions and to see how it kind of fits within the mix. So next slide. So rationale for 200% FPL or federal poverty level. So one of the things we wanted to get to kind of primarily was establishing what's that income threshold. Because really the income threshold, more than the severity of how much money per month, is what Marine Shop, the operations side, really drives your administration cost, because it's the income verification piece that can be the most costly in that step of it. So the rationale of getting to that income threshold, we're looking at where are there existing service providers, whether it's through Department of Human Services or other kind of programs that already have income verification that we could point to say, if you're qualified there, you could qualify for our program. There are only 4 toll low-income programs operating in the U.S. One of them is newly expanded, and the other is new really within the last year. So this concept within the tolling industry is, I would say, a very new thing to be taking on. And so they, of those other programs that are operating, they choose this income threshold similarly to that income verification with other agency step that is needed. We find that, and this is a lot of our feedback from our discussion groups and our equity committee, that this is really, this income level are folks that are having to choose between food, shelter, transportation every day. And so the idea that there could be some type of either full burden reduced or removed in a low income toll program was pretty desirable. And then the last point, this is something that kind of stood out to us and when we did the traffic and revenue analysis, is that by providing a low income benefit at this time, you actually attract people back to the facility. So it's not a full revenue loss because without some type of discount or subsidy at this income level, people are going to just choose to avoid the tolled facility, drive longer, wake up earlier in the morning to get there. Next slide. So here's the one that is going to be more difficult, especially from an implementation side, but here's the rationale why you would do something beyond 200% of the federal poverty. So you want to avoid that single tier benefit cliff. You have a lot of folks at this income level, your income's going to vary throughout the year. And so the idea that like you could be under 200% and take a new job, which is great, more income for your family, and then lose that benefit at 202%. Is, especially in the kind of social service industry, you want to kind of build some tiering off and maybe not just such a cliff. If you look at the required minimum wage, $15.34 for the Portland region, and project that out, you would be above 200% of the federal poverty level if you were an individual making minimum wage. And so we heard feedback from, preschool teachers, cooks, home healthcare workers, this kind of working class folk who are going to make above 200% of the federal poverty level, just concern and then really a lot of fear of what this additional toll would mean to their monthly budget. We looked at the federal poverty level isn't the greatest projection of poverty. As you can see here, we're dealing with 200 and 400% increments. So we looked at some other models, self-sufficiency standard and ALICE, which is put out by the United Way. And it really looked at how can you, how much income would you need to make to keep transportation costs 30% or lower of your family budget? And those numbers are in your packet in the analysis, but they really are looking at closer to that between 300 to 400% of the federal poverty level. And I think because of these factors, this is why you've seen such strong support with the Equity and Mobility Advisory Committee to try to go kind of above and beyond and provide this additional benefit. Now, not the same severity or subsidy that you would get for 200 to below, but some type of benefit to provide for that rationale. So next slide.
So these are the actual income levels. I think it's always very helpful to provide the actual data about what the actual income levels are. At 200% of the federal poverty level, you see for a family of four, it's about $60,000 a year. Obviously, 400% is exactly double that. So it's $120,000 a year. Really, up to 200% is what is typically at the federal level considered low income. Up to 400% is more the medium income category. And you can see that for some of those household sizes, 400% is actually above the median income for the Portland metro region. So just a good comparison to what people make there. However, as Garrett noted, I mean, there are households in the range of 400% of the federal poverty level who are still strained in order to meet their daily monthly needs and pay the bills. So this just gives you a little bit more data about what certain income levels we are actually talking about. Next slide, please. So you've heard us talk about the two tiers, and there's an important reason for that, and it's because essentially we're talking about bifurcating this to some degree as we move forward. For a variety of reasons, over the course of the next few months, we need to make some at least preliminary decisions. When I say we, I mean you need to make some preliminary decisions about the low-income toll program. First, we have that report that's due to the governor by the end of the year that will require being able to report about how we're going to apply equity as it relates to the socioeconomic factors here. Second, we're going to step into the work of doing level 3 traffic and revenue analysis at some point next year. And in order to do that investment grade level of analysis, we're going to be able to say the benefit is X, and then they can do the in-depth analysis. Right now, we have a more of a planning level of analysis. But that's going to be really important. And then it's also going to be important, as Maureen noted, we need to get a vendor going on setting up a low-income toll program as soon as we have that vendor on board early next year. So it's going to be easier if we have some decisions about what that benefit level is. So all that goes to say, we're planning to bifurcate this for the commission and basically ask you to take two different decisions and provide us direction on both of those different tiers. And it'll be a little bit different. So by the end of 2023, we will recommend that the commission makes a decision about committing to a program for up to 200% of the federal poverty level and identify the likely benefit level. That will be subject to further analysis to confirm or refine in the level 3 traffic and revenue analysis. So it is not your final to end all decision, but we hope it will be pretty close. So basically, by the end of the year, we hope that the OTC will give us some sort of thumbs up, go forward or not, and at a specific level for 0 to 200%. On 200 to 400% of the federal poverty level, we think there's a little bit more complexity there. We bring Maureen along because she reminds us that for any policy decision, you have to think, how are you going to actually implement this thing? And how much is it going to cost to do so? And so she is the voice chattering in our ear about that factor. So for 200 to 400%, we think there's more work that needs to be done, and Maureen will walk through some of that. Basically, we would like you to, by the end of the year, give us a sense, do we think we should move forward? Do you not think we should move forward? If we are likely to move forward, what are a couple options that we should analyze in that more in-depth traffic and revenue analysis? and that we should put through the more operational analysis of how we would operate the program and what the administrative costs will be that will allow you to make a decision, likely in late 2024 or probably in 2025.
Vice Chair has a question.
Yeah, it's, I've been ran programs like this many, many decades ago. The real issue gets to income at what point, how often, you verify that, and what, how much effort do you put into verifying this? It's self-certification. Are you going to try and verify that? And I guess kind of a small one. Depends on your definition of income. If people, for example, came up, a friend of mine, example, during the federal, where they were handing out checks during pandemic, and one of the brothers who's very, very wealthy and has only passive income, got that stuff. I was real pumped. Wait a minute, you don't have a salary, but have all this wealth. So I mean, those kinds of issues. I'm sure Maureen has thought about all of this.
That's what keeps me up at night.
Having used to run these things, I understand.
The question I have is how often is the poverty level looked at for inflation? So it's taken into consideration, is it yearly, annually? Okay, and when was it last looked at, do you know?
This year. So the numbers that we shared in that past chart were for 2023, calendar year 2023.
23, there it is, okay. Thank you.
And so we, in the draft rules that we're working on right now, would propose, I think, an annual income re-verification for folks. And to Vice Chair Byers' point, how you will determine income is going to be, the devil's going to be in the details about that. It could be through showing evidence of enrollment in other programs that have similar income threshold cutoffs. It could be through self-certification. Anything beyond that, requiring people to submit documentation of income or a direct link to the Department of Revenue could be prohibitively costly in terms of the administrative costs. So all these things are what Maureen and her team are going to be working through. And some of the reason why it would be extremely difficult for us to ask you to commit to 200 to 400% by the end of the year before we can answer some of those questions.
Does it tie in? The PUC used to have, I assume it's still, a telephone subsidy program based on something like this, where they just accepted human resource department certification programs. But I'll tell you that it had lots of problems.
Mr. Smith?
Yeah, I'm mindful of the concerns that you raised in terms of the folks that are going to want to game the system. But my personal preference is to design a system that assumes that we're going to be considering the needs of a daycare worker and the folks who are really impacted by low income, knowing that there's going to be a few bad apples, but I'd rather err on the side of making it fair.
I agree. I don't disagree
Yeah,
with you.
Yeah, the devil's in the details.
Supportive of it, but doing it is really difficult.
It is. But you know what? That's why we get paid the big bucks to be here.
They are.
Mrs. Chapman?
Just a comment. I think before we spend a ton of time putting together complicated forecasts and models, we've looked at some preliminary data about exempting members of the tribes, and it's negligible, or basically negligible. And when we look at traffic use data, typically people that are below the poverty line are not driving on the highways. They're staying locally. They're not driving enough for us to spend a ton of your time and our taxpayer dollars putting together models that really aren't going to impact the revenue generated one way or the other. So I think thinking about who's actually driving on this bridge, who's using this bridge, and how are we going to meet our needs based on the existing data is the best use of the time.
Excellent point, and a really good transition into the next topic. The one thing I would note before we move back to Garrett is one other element is you will need to identify the geographic extent of the low-income toll program. We have been not engaged in this in depth. We don't have any information to provide to you today. We're not going to ask you for any feedback about that. We will come back with some more information at a later date. But I think clearly the elephant in the room related to that is, does this apply just to Oregonians or to people in Washington as well, who might be using some of those facilities? So we'll come back with some more information. All right, so it's back to Garrett.
Excellent. Next slide. So it's not a good presentation unless I have a fun bar chart or plot graph. But we did some research, and because one of the key things that we're finding, so we have a consultant, Gabor DiBrezeni, and with WSP, he's really a national leader in toll equity. He actually was one of the primary authors of the report for Washington State that they referenced in 2021. He's been a part of our low-income toll report, and now again with the analysis we've done in the last 8 months. And he's been tracking, and his team has been tracking 17 different, whether it's tolling or transit, housing, even Pacific Power here in Oregon has an income qualification program. And especially what we found in the tolling world is if you're getting 3% of the customers that you kind of should be or would be eligible, you would be a national leader in enrollment percentage. And you get, and even within the transit world, a lot of difficulties in cracking that number. And so what you'll see here in the analysis, what we learned from our previous traffic and revenue analysis, which assumed 100% enrollment to now, is a more refined and what we think is a more like reality-based test of enrollment levels and what we would project then to the traffic and revenue impact. There's also some research we're bringing actually to our equity committee and our rules advisory committee on some of what are those practices outside of the income level and how much that we can do to get more people enrolled, whether that's through a self-certification step or working with community organizations or a good quality educational campaign to sign up. So some of those soft factors are coming as well, but this is kind of what we've learned from the review of the national research. Next slide. And so we ran, I think, 14 different scenarios. We just selected that to give you a little tip of the iceberg here, but in your packet, there's a full in-depth kind of walkthrough of the methodology and some of the low and even the high ranges from what you see here on the screen. We gave you the median numbers. But for 0 to 200% of the federal poverty level, and this is looking at the I-205 toll project. Now it's looking at the I-205 toll project, assuming 2 toll points. We know the project's now been scoped to just 1, so we'll work on doing some revisions to the research there. But what it's basically showing is that at that full, basically free average trip month, you'll see a more substantial impact to traffic and revenue around 7 and 5% there. But really, if it's at the 50% discount level or that 50% discount, if it comes in a monthly credit, really 0 to 1%, kind of a moot point on the traffic and revenue analysis impact. And then for that next tier up, our initial research, and this is primarily driven by the low enrollment numbers that would be projected based off kind of the existing programs at that higher income level, really seeing a minimal impact to traffic and revenue analysis with a smaller, maybe a $5 or $20 a month credit or something around 25% discount, which we project at $25 a month. So that's the initial kind of takeaways from some of the further traffic and revenue analysis.
I don't understand the difference between the discount and the credit.
So, Chair Brown, Vice Chair Byer, we're looking at income levels and the amount, but we're also looking at what is the benefit type. How would you receive it? And so we're still kind of keeping alive 3 different options. One of those options would be every time you go through, there's a percentage discount. So it shows up on your toll bill that you got 50% off and it comes automatically. The other 2 options we would look at where would be you would get 10 free trips a month. Every month, first day of the month, you would have that, or in the credit system, every month you would get $25 that shows up in your toll account. You wouldn't be able to carry it over, but at the beginning of the next month, $25 shows up.
The credit assumes an amount lower than like 100% or 50% discount.
Yeah, we were trying to peg different levels just to see on this range, what does that mean from a traffic and revenue standpoint to give us a wide sample.
But I apparently forgot to label the first column, but it is the value of the benefit. So you can see on the
Less than 200%, we modeled fairly high benefit levels. The free trips is basically up to 115, and that's the value to the participants in the program. For 200 to 400%, we modeled fairly small, a $5 credit each month or a $20 credit.
I see it.
How about giving them a free transit pass?
Chair Brown, that has actually come up in conversations. One of the challenges, of course, is that these funds cannot be used
As constitutionally restricted to buy transit passes.
I
There
understand.
are other sources of funds potentially.
But TriMet could.
And Chair Brown, TriMet also has a low-income transit program. It's their Honored Citizen program that I think has about 50,000 participants today that get either free or reduced price transit passes. We would look to try to find some ways to make enrollment fairly seamless between those two programs, even though we think we are probably serving somewhat different customer bases, so that if you're in the low-income toll program, you can get that reduced price transit.
Well, the reason I brought this up was that there's a huge transit element to the bridge, especially the IVR. And when you look at that piece of it, if they're using the bridge to get back and forth, there's an example of where you could, and TriMet could have the bandwidth to do that. Now, of course, I'm not speaking on behalf of TriMet because I don't work for them, and I'm sure they don't appreciate this, but the bottom line is that, all of us that do work in transit, we do have programs that address this for low income, and we look at not only the 200% and the 400%. We look at all of that, and there's demographics, and in the state money that we receive to provide transit, we're encouraged to have these low-income programs or free bus passes. And so to me, it's like, okay, if we don't want to spend all this money trying to deal with a low-income program, you can simplify it and say, we've given you an alternative. And in most places, there's bus service within a half mile of where you live.
You make a good point. In fact, the money that we give the transit districts, 2017 bill requires them to have a low income program.
Yes, and the thing is these are taxpayers who are paying for it, and it's through the employee transit passes. And so I just think that there's one more option that maybe we should explore, or somebody should explore. I'll stop because TriMet will probably go after me now, and I will look to Commissioner
I
Smith.
have two things. One is kind of a thoughts on the transit pass, and the other is a question. So I think that's an interesting idea on the transit pass. My concern, I would want to understand how the EMAC committee would think about it and what other considerations there might be.
Sure.
For example, depending upon where people live, is there available transit?
Right.
Does that resolve their concern? Or are they still going to have to travel and pay tolls like they work, maybe they're a healthcare worker that works at night and there's no transit? So I think maybe it's a combination, but just to understand the big picture of that, because I think there's things that we would have to consider in addition to a transit.
Well, and one of the things that we're considering is exemption of transit vehicles going across and not paying a toll.
Right.
Again, and they have put in for money to build a facility on this bridge to take care of light rail, to take care of transit, et cetera. And I think that we need to think about that. I mean, it could be light rail even.
Sure.
So I just think there's opportunity here to think a little bit outside the box. It helps them meet their requirements. It could help us to meet ours. I think the piece that's hard is, yes, we don't know what the demographic of use is going to be for people. I mean, the surveying probably hasn't been done to see the origin and destination of everybody that crosses that bridge now. That is really difficult to gather that kind of data.
So my question, if I can is under the 100% discount, $115, on how did you come up with 100% discount at $115? How many trips, rates, what went into that number?
Sure, definitely. Chair Brown, by Commissioner Smith. We looked at, it's an estimation, so it's definitely, we're not projecting to say this would be the monthly cost for that. We took, I'm trying to think back to the modeling numbers, but it's 10% of the estimation of the like annual drivers for that income bracket, low income of the regional travel demand model. We take that estimation and we get to what would that then project out into dollars. And so this is what the dollar amount took from what would be for the 205 toll project.
And I'm assuming
added
you had a
money.
full rate number plugged into that.
Yes, that's what was assumed for the level 2 traffic and revenue analysis for the 205 toll project.
Remember what rate now is?
It varied across the day. In the mornings, it was about $2 at peak. In the evenings, it was about $2.20 at peak for each bridge.
Wanted to get
For 2 bridges. Yeah, so that one of the reasons why that number is fairly large is when you give something away for free, people will use it a lot. And that was one of the lessons as we've done the analysis, is that when you toll, especially folks with experiencing low incomes, you are disproportionately not going to see them on the facility at all. When you give them a 50% discount, a lot of them will start using the facility again in a way that, you go from almost zero use to a more robust amount of use. That's why it's important to note these are not the measures of foregone revenue, because without a discount, very few people under 200% will use the facility.
So it's a delicate balance because that means diversion if they are not going on the toll because of that, and that impacts the community. And I think some people, their behavior is going to be impacted by the gas prices. So it may be a free pass, but if you're paying whatever, 6, 7, whatever gas might go to, you may not try it anyway. So there's a lot of moving parts.
Absolutely. You see the complexity we face.
Yes. Thank
And
you
we're
for
just
doing
trying to
all
make
this
it
work.
more complicated all the time. So every time you ask us, we're going to give you another level of complexity. Think about that.
Well, I think we go to Maureen now to talk about how the factors in operationalizing that additional benefits here.
Next slide. So the things that we are interested in doing is having a verification process that's pretty light. Something like, you are a low-income person, you bring in a piece of paper that you're eligible for a program, or your income is at a certain amount. We check a box so we don't retain information like social security numbers and have to create complex systems around that. So we want to make that a very light touch, verified once with some kind of renewal opportunity at some frequency, maybe annually. We also want to have a process where people can self-certify and attest that they are within the guidelines with an opportunity for monitor or audit if we have some indication perhaps they are not. Obviously, I'm not going to be doing the revenue impact, but someone will be looking at what happens if we do that. Level 3 actually probably very good. And then in terms of if we're putting people back on the infrastructure, how does that impact congestion? What's that finance and balance there? And of course, we don't want to put our finance at risk by having a program that providing community thinks is too robust. I think it's easier to say that to keep on schedule, we should go with 200% at the beginning. That's my personal opinion, and work towards something else going forward. So we have more opportunities to refine it. We have a very compressed schedule, and then operational cost. What is that cost in terms of customer service? People actually. So those are all the things that we're taking into consideration when we're looking at establishing a tiered program.
Following up on your option of having it be the 100 to 400% implemented later,
what would that time frame?
That is a really good question. We'll probably have to do additional thinking at that point. So probably 6 to 9 months after the decision is made.
Good. In the future, I see us, we'll have an annual kind of review, check-in on, and we could queue that up to make any adjustments for you all at that meeting if needed. So that could be a place you could look at, you know, do you add additional tier, or do you look at the subsidy provided for 200% FPL? Is that too much, too little? So that's the type of like check accountability, that kind of future foresight we foresee, you know, being built into the process.
So, but it would require us to go back and do additional rulemaking.
Potentially, unless we write the rules in a way that we'll go through Department of Justice and give them, let them say, the commission can have a generalized low-income program, and they can adjust it through an administrative process.
Commissioner Swin, I think you've raised a really good point about what the time frame is, and that's one of the things I think we need to analyze a little bit more to be able to bring that back to you. So assuming we come to a decision, we come to a decision by the end of the year, when would we be back to you with a decision on the 200 to 400%? And then at that point, what would it take from that time to operationalize it and implement it? Recall that we're talking about implementing tolling in early 2026. So our hope is that if we can bring you a greater sense of the impacts sometime late 24, more likely in early to mid 2025, that you can make a decision, and then that may or may not be a program that's available on opening day, but could be available later. And that would be a decision again. And one option would be for the commission to say, we want to see what a 0 to 200% program looks like. I want you to focus on implementing that and implementing it well, and then we'll spend some time, go back and look, and be able to implement the next tier up if we think that it works and makes sense. So those are some of the options I think we would bring you eventually, is the timing, scope, the size, all of those things together. We just don't feel like we're going to be able to do that credibly and force you to make a decision when we can't answer the question, what is it going to do to the financing? Because we have not yet done that level of analysis. Frankly, one of the challenges is there are no up to 400% federal poverty level low-income toll programs in the nation. So it's really hard to say, oh, they did this, let's just pull it off the shelf and use that.
The other thing is we'll have lessons learned by virtue of implementing it to 100% on how that's working, and we'll be able to fine tune that. So hopefully, if we go to another tier, we'll have some lessons learned.
I'm sorry. I'm especially interested in the verification process for the tribes, and I know our next
Connect meeting, we'll be talking with tribal leadership to think about how we can make that as streamlined as possible and avoid any kind of personally identifiable information, data storage challenges. So definitely we'll keep you all posted as we find more solutions that is coming directly from the tribes and their preference for that.
Chair Brown, Commissioner Chadwick, have had a number of conversations in the consultation process with the tribes, and I think better understand their desires. We would likely, in order to ensure that only enrolled members, the tribes determine their membership, we'd likely need to see some sort of membership document that have also committed. That would not be something we would store. That would not be something we would image. We would verify enrollment and then destroy any documentation. And it would not be subject to public records disclosure, at least by our current reading of the statute. Yes, we'll be working on that. We are working.
It sort of really gets complex. And there's one way of thinking about this, where you're just going to have a standard stole to try to recover costs like the Abernathy. But really, running the discounts really runs counter to the whole congestion management theory. I suppose you could have a differentiation on, you get a discount during these hours, but not during these hours.
That could be an option. That could also be incredibly complex for customers to understand and potentially to operate.
Back to Marine's one.
Yes, I will tell Marine to figure that out, and then she will probably throw something at me.
Or retire.
Administration.
Well, there's also, there's the potential in some of these to where you could come up with some kind of exemption that the administrative burden costs far more to implement than just giving an exemption.
Right.
Yeah.
Right, and so the
Yeah.
overall financial impact, and that's what the team's diving into.
That was exactly my point.
Tiers. The more tiers we have, the more complexity we have in just collecting revenue, it could negate a lot of the value. So if we have a streamlined system where
Below this poverty line or part of these protected groups, you don't have to worry about it.
everybody else pays a flat rate or maybe one or two rates, it's a lot easier. And I'm just thinking about the administrative burden of dealing with the inevitable issues where I got a toll bill, it doesn't apply to me, I need to go to a DMV or wherever else to figure it out, and that takes a staff person's or a robot's time. That's not the best use of our limited resources.
Yeah.
Right, I think I have just some information on geographic extent, because again, that was one of the. So you're looking at here on the screen, San Francisco, Hampton Roads, Virginia, Los Angeles, and Denver. These are your 4 kind of current operating low-income toll programs. 2 of those, Los Angeles and San Mateo County, are really focused in on just local residents or within that county. And then the Hampton Roads and Denver are really specific to equity needs. So the Hampton Roads example, just until last year, was specifically for Portsmouth, historically black city there within the Hampton Roads region. And then Globeville and El Rayo Swansea are actually neighborhoods where some of the residents were displaced by the highway being built. And so there's a specific program, and the Colorado DOT actually keeps a list of the people who are eligible for that. So a very kind of scoped in piece to their program. So that'll be, we'll come back to you with information on where that'll lie with our scoping or geographic extent.
We need to hire 100 more people to be able to do this.
Chair Brown, our goal is to make this as simple for customers and as simple for ODOT as possible, because otherwise the administrative cost will simply swamp any of the benefit and value that is provided.
Absolutely.
What you've already raised. All right, so next slide. We'll finish up and then ask you for some input on this. So you need to make some decisions by the end of the year. We will commit to bringing you back updated preliminary traffic and revenue analysis, what Garrett showed you earlier. We're going to update that with the latest toll schedule for I-205 and be able to provide you a little bit more detail. We are going to continue doing some of the analysis of implementation issues. We have recently, for example, looked into the self-certification, self-attestation of income. We'll be able to provide a little bit more about that. We will not have all of that work done, which is why, again, we don't think we can ask you for a decision by the end of the year. And then we'll also continue our equity-focused engagement work through our toll advisory committees, our community engagement liaisons, we lead some really good discussion groups in the Portland metro region, and then continued conversations with community-based organizations. So that outreach and analysis can help inform the record that we bring to you for the end of the year to make some decisions about how we go forward. So with that, next slide, please. We have some input we would request from you. And actually provided already a really great dialogue and a lot of feedback on this. But I'll read these to you and then feel free to provide the input on these or frankly anything else that we've discussed today. First, we want to get your sense of whether you agree with the plan to make a decision about committing to a benefit level for 0 to 200% by the end of the year. Similarly, of that bifurcation of the benefit tiers, do you agree that we should bring back those options for 200 to 400% so you can give us a thumbs up, a thumbs down, a thumbs sideways on whether to go forward? We can make a decision about what the path forward looks like on that, really deferring a more final decision to 2025. Third, what sort of level of traffic and revenue impact do you think is acceptable for the low-income toll program? Think back to the analysis that Garrett showed you. Is there some thinking we should have about where we should be targeting traffic and revenue impacts? And fourth, what additional information do you need from us by the end of the year to help make these decisions?
Yes.
Yes, moot point, and what does Washington want to do?
Yes. I think even if we have a robust discount for up to 200% of the federal poverty level, that there ought to be some payment of, so not 100%, 9%. Everybody needs to pay a little bit, just, that's my thought. And then number 4, I want to know what EMAC thinks.
Yes.
Yes, no. Depends on impact on the overall rate. Want to keep the rate as low as possible. I agree that everybody should pay something. I have no idea. The last one.
So, yes. Yes. No.
That's not a yes or no question.
Yes. No. There's no level. I don't know. And then the last, what additional information, I still want to explore the transit piece. And I think that I'm going to push on that a little bit, and I'm not leaving it up to you to do it. I can do it from my end. But the question I have is, what is TriMet thinking in this situation? And if we're going to make this huge investment on IVR, and this has to do with IVR, not 205, because there isn't really good transit on that side, I know that already. But on the IVR piece of it is, if there's this huge investment being made in rail transit, et cetera, multimodal, I think it's gonna make a difference. And so some of this, I feel like we may not have to even address it. But I also, the one thing I want to hear is from the EMAC and hear what they have to say. And I don't know what to do with 3. You can do whatever you want with 3. You will torment me either way, so.
We've given us a little bit of leeway on number 3 to define, I think, what we would define as reasonable impact levels for both traffic and revenue. Commissioner Byer, if I could, I would like to probe a little bit. When you said on number 2, no, are you not interested in?
Obviously, the commission wants more, so I'm fine.
Okay.
You're not excited about anything between 200 and 400%?
I'm not.
Well, it gets complicated at that point, and there comes a point where the revenue, what are we doing here? I mean, we have to raise revenue, one way or another.
I'm not ready to say no yet, because we need more information. I don't think we have enough to make a really well-informed decision. And I heard very strongly from EMAC that they felt it was important to have something for that range. And we just need to understand the details of it. And maybe at the end of the day, we all decide it's not, the cost-benefit analysis is such that it's not worth it, but I'm not there yet.
Mine is, my driver is, I think we have to do something for the very low income, but I'm real concerned with 3, that we don't let that rate get too high. Or we'll create too much public opposition to the whole toll.
Well, and yes, that was one of the big concerns from EMAC is, the bottom line is we want the low-income toll program, but we also don't want to have so many things loaded into it that the rates get so high that it doesn't make any sense. So it is that delicate balance.
Right, because then you have pushback from the public that is having to pay the rate. And I think we just need to be really careful with that. I think that maybe in the number 2, between the 200 and 400, if we do something at the 200 level, but let's say you're 250 or 300, then you get a free pass. You know, you give them an incentive to do something different, but you don't give them everything.
Right. Well, and I'm just mindful of, people that are in 200 to 400 include people like healthcare workers and daycare workers and people who really will be impacted by this.
Some of our
and that we really need to continue to support. So, I mean, it's just a hard thing.
Can I just ask, the decision not to toll the Twelfth Bridge, is that going to be impactful to the amount of toll revenue generated from the Abernathy Bridge. So that bridge is now more expensive than it would have been if we were splitting it across two bridges.
Chair Brown, Commissioner Chapman, it's an excellent question. And Della mentioned that we're looking at different toll rate scenarios for I-205 now that we're doing a single bridge only toll. We're going to get that analysis back and have a better sense of what the toll rate would have to be on just Abernathy Bridge in order to raise the approximately $400 million we need in order to pay back the debt that we've already started to accumulate to build that project. And it may very well be higher than the original, single bridge toll of, about $1 each for each bridge at each time of the day. Or sorry, $2 at peak.
That might drive a lot more diversion too.
Yeah. Because presumably most people that are taking the Abernathy Bridge are going to keep going to 12. And if you just have to miss one toll, that's an obvious workaround.
Yeah, that is one of the questions that we're going to need to answer. It's one of the things we've asked the TNR analysis to do is to look at diversion. With just one toll, the diversion may be lower, but if the toll rate is higher on the bridge, then it might be higher. So all those puts and takes, we'll let the professionals give us a sense of what the overall impacts would be. And that all then plays into the low-income toll program, because the higher the toll rates, the greater the benefit of signing up for a low-income toll program, and then the greater the revenue potential. All of these things are interconnected, and yes, it's making my brain explode.
Maureen, you look like you had a thought, but maybe it's.
I always have a thought, but sometimes people don't want me to actually say. But in this case, I think it might be worth it. I think we should also talk to C-Tran before we talk
Oh, that's true.
about IDR.
Well, we're just not going to give them, never mind.
Correct.
We'll just tell them they're going to do it.
Well, we have taken up way more than a time
Yes,
on the
you
agenda,
are
but we really
past your
appreciate the
time.
dialogue and the engagement, and there will be much more to come. I would invite you, if you have any further thoughts after the meeting, feel free to reach out and share those as there's going to be a big discussion on this, but we really appreciate the insight and input you provided. You are now fully ready into the dilemmas that we are facing and the challenges as we work through these issues.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Can I have a question? Just prop them on running. Will the feds allow us to, if we're not tolling 205, just the bridge, will they allow us to toll the Jackson Bridge?
Chair Brown, Vice Chair Byer, that's actually one of the things we're exploring under the Regional Mobility Pricing Project, is the extent of where we would toll on I-205 under RMPP. What's allowable, outright allowable under federal law is to toll a bridge that has been replaced, rehabilitated, or reconstructed. That's the language of Title 23 USC 129. We already had this conversation with Commissioner Smith the other day, so she's got in the absence of
You can remember the numbers.
in the absence of reconstruction or rehabilitation or replacement of a bridge, then you need special dispensation from USDOT, and that's what we're working through on the regional mobility pricing
I
project.
remember in 2013, that was one of the problems because we couldn't toll the bridge then. We were worried about, people were worried, Clackamas County was worried about diversion.
Well, the other thing that was present in that timeframe was, one, even in this construct, you would still need by-state agreement to do that because it's jointly managed by both states, so that would still hold true today. And in the 2013 timeframe, Washington passed legislation that expressly prohibited tolling on that.
Is that still, right?
I believe it's still in fact.
Regardless, Washington would have to authorize tolling
Correct.
on the Glen Jackson Bridge.
That's correct.
So in most of the analysis of the RMPP, tolling on I-205 would start somewhere south of the bridge. The question would be, is that, immediately after Airport Way, south of I-84, et cetera. So those are the things we're going to be doing.
Can we do that?
Vice Chair Byer, under the congestion pricing pilot, value pricing pilot program that USDOT has, Any state can apply for special dispensation to toll beyond the confines of a bridge that's being reconstructed. And so that would be the authority we'd be seeking to use, but it will require going all the way up to the Secretary of Transportation, getting his signature on the dotted line to approve that. And that is the process New York City, for example, is going through right now as they look to implement broader pricing of access into Midtown and Lower Manhattan.
It's called one entire state.
It's in the right one. Yeah.
I didn't say that out loud. Okay. All right, it's on the record. It's been nice knowing all of you. All right, so we're gonna move on. Thanks for sucking up all of the time that we saved.
Oh, you're not done.
Now he's back, and so it's just a warning to him.
You can't get rid of me that easily.
All right.
Mr.
And
Porter
so,
will be joining
yes,
me.
we're gonna bring Mr. Porter, and now he's in the hot seat. We've already warned him. We've broken him in as the new guy, you know, the face. Now we can start picking him.
Right, so
Thank you.
Chair Brown, Vice Chair Byer, members of the commission. For the record, I'm still Travis Brower, ODOT Assistant Director for Revenue Finance Compliance. And Mr. Porter is actually going to do most of the talking today because I'm sick of talking, frankly. And he's the subject matter expert. This is a Title Section 75 study. We are sorry that we did not come up with a better name for the agenda went to press. This is really a passenger vehicle cost responsibility study that looks to whether each type of vehicle powered by different sources or different MPG efficiency levels is paying their fair share for the maintenance, operation, and improvement of the state's highways. That is directly from Section 75 of HB 2017. We gave you an overview in July of this so that it wasn't going to hit you cold. Not surprisingly, as we hinted back in July before the study was done, this study did find that high-efficiency vehicles are underpaying compared to your average vehicle or your internal combustion engine. So that is not something we were surprised by. But almost as importantly as that outcome is the recommendations. The legislature essentially asked you, as the transportation policy experts in the state, to provide recommendations on how to rectify any imbalances that were found through this report. So we are bringing forward a handful of recommendations that come from some of the dialogue we have had with you over time. Those should not be a surprise either. You're well aware that what this report shows will pose a significant challenge to ODOT and local government's ability to maintain, operate, and improve the transportation system without some changes coming from the legislature. So with that, I will turn it over to Mr. Porter to do the easy job.
Thank you, Mr. Brower. All right, good afternoon. Chair Brown, members of the commission, for record, Daniel Porter, ODOT Finance and Budget. Travis just basically gave you the overview of the whole thing. So yeah, we'll fast forward to this. This slide has the actual language coming from House Bill 2017. So if you recall, House Bill 2017 is the big transportation funding package coming out of 2017 session. As part of that package, there was an understanding that the light vehicle fleet was changing over time, and that we were at that point where electric vehicles were in its nascent stages, and we're starting to get some of those, and we're definitely seeing increases in fuel efficiency of these vehicles. And so that the legislature said, okay, we need to do something about that because they're obviously not going to be paying the same amount of fuels tax as sort of the low efficient vehicles. So they added this enhanced registration, enhanced title fees as part of that package. And so then they added this study as a piece of that. Said, come on, and when you come back in a few years after you have some data, after you have some experience, and see how we're doing as far as are these enhanced fees covering the extra costs that these vehicles are bearing on the system, and review that. And so that was the assignment to the OTC, and on your behalf, we've been working on that over the summer, and we've got the results for you.
So next slide is just basically, and the key here, and this on the slide that we were just on was basically, this is due tomorrow to the legislature. So it's key that we get the results and our search approved today and move forward. Is obviously don't want to put any more pressure on you, but it'd be nice to get this done today. So the objectives really essentially we were doing three things. Once we develop a methodology, then it was what should users pay, what are they paying, and then based on that, what are the recommendations. Next slide gets into kind of the methodology. We were able to use the existing highway cost allocation study framework. Highway cost allocation is in the Oregon Constitution. It's Article 9, Section 3B of the Constitution. It basically requires that every 2-year cycle that the legislature review what light vehicles are responsible for versus what heavy vehicles are responsible for in terms of the revenues that they contribute and the cost that they impose. And that's all within this sort of highway fund look, right? So it's the idea if we're talking gas taxes, vehicle registration, and license fees. And so it's a bigger study that looks at the balance of that. And then each user class should pay for approximately what the damage they are responsible for. This study is saying, okay, let's take that and look at just the passenger vehicle piece of that. And so we were able to apply the same framework, same model. We're using the same data that we had just done to finish the HCAS that was published like a month ago. So that made it actually very convenient and also streamlined this study process. What this does not have, and that's what this last bullet point is the full cost of operating a vehicle, a light vehicle. So it's only these sort of constitutionally required sort of highway fund costs, right? It's not looking at the social cost of carbon or other external costs that like a low efficiency ICE vehicle may impose on versus a higher efficiency electric vehicle. That's an entirely different exercise. The highway cost allocation study about a decade ago actually looked at that and did a sort of an alternative study based on sort of that sort of theory of sort of larger costs they impose in trying to calculate those and quantify those. And that's something that you could do again, but for this study, again, we just kind of took that more narrow view of just the costs and revenues associated with sort of the high standard highway fund. Okay. So next slide gets into the results. Okay, so this is where Travis left off with you in July. We're here to where we are today is now we have the findings of the study. Simply, there's going to be I'm going to show you 3 different tables over there, and they're all laid out the same way. It's basically the vehicle class is what you see on the far left-hand side, and this matches with our current structure that is defined by the legislature. So you have fees for under 20, you have fees for 20 to 39 mpg, a fees structure for 40 mpg and over, and then electric vehicles that are pure battery electric that have their own fee. I'm talking about registration and title fees. And then the next thing is basically, according to the highway cost allocation model, this is what they would contribute each class in terms of total fuels tax, as well as registration, title, license fees. And then this third one is this scaled equity ratio, which is super complicated, and I could try really simply to get this to you. But it's this idea that each class of vehicles is their share of the revenue should equal to their share of the cost. And so then and you would get a value of 1 in that case. If you have more than 1, that means that you're overpaying in the sense of there's more revenue than there are costs that are attributed to you. If there's less than 1, that means you're underpaying, which means you're not contributing enough compared to the costs that are attributed to that class. So as you can see, all of these are less than 1. So this is like 0.88-ish. And that is tied to the broader HCAS study that we just completed, which light vehicles overall are underpaying, significantly underpaying. And so these are, again, tied to that, and that's kind of our starting point. And you can see that under this first scenario, oh, can you go back one more slide? Sorry. Under the current conditions, you have light vehicle, the lowest efficiency vehicles are actually overpaying in contrast to the higher efficiency vehicles. And then that final column is your fee rates. So that's currently what they're paying today.
Yeah,
in terms of
what's the assumption for the ICE vehicles and on how many miles they would drive?
That's in the report. So that comes out of the actual DMV data that we have, which is based on when people renew at Portland or Medford, where you have the DQ air quality attainment areas, or when vehicles are sold and you capture the dollar readings on title transfers. So they're basically put it into like a monthly format. And of course, I didn't wear my glasses, so that's going to be a little harder to read. But it's around 700 miles a month. So if you multiply that by 12, 8,400.
That's a lower number than we used to.
Yeah.
10,000 is what we were assuming before, 10 or 12.
And that has over time declined. And it also though depends on how new your vehicle is. So brand new vehicles are driven more miles, older vehicles are driven less miles. The average age of vehicles still like 13-ish. So it's a lot of really elderly vehicles out there.
One thing, when you look at that chart, it shows you the VMT per month, and it's important to know we do have fairly limited data about plug-in hybrid and electric vehicles because there aren't as many on the road. So this is the best data available today. If and when this report is done again in the future, it might have slightly different results. But you will notice the range of VMT is fairly similar across all of them. It's not wide divergent.
Just surprisingly, there's a no vote number.
Yeah. Okay, so that's basically the starting point. We've got light, the lowest efficiency vehicles essentially kind of paying more than their amount that they're supposed to pay. Higher efficiency vehicles paying less based on the registration fees that we have today. Next slide gets into some scenarios. So this scenario is essentially one that we requested where it's like, okay, if you didn't increase revenue, what would you need to do to registration fees in order to achieve equity in the sense that everybody's paying, they have equity ratios, or they're all paying about basically the same or contributing about the same. And that would be something that you guys, we've submitted to you, you're not interested in, right? Which is taking the lowest registration fee to zero. I mean, basically, you would have to get rid of the registration fees completely and raise the other ones some in order to achieve equity within these classes, but it's not revenue raising. And that just didn't, we did it because we figured we needed to do this, but not something that we figured it was a good policy. So next slide. I'm picking up on this. This one, though, is actually the most important one in terms of where we are today. And so scenario 2 is saying, okay, let's not hold the revenue constant. Let's let revenue increase. And if what we're holding constant is that the under 20 registration fee doesn't go down, it stays the same. And so then where is the other classes, what are their registration fees need to be in order to achieve an equal amount of proportional payment? And interesting that we get you get two benefits in the sense of you increase revenue, but you're also at the same time you're bringing up the overall equity ratios. And this is a big deal in terms of broader HCAS, where again light vehicles are dramatically underpaying. This gets them closer to being back towards 1.0, which is the ideal equity amount. So that was encouraging to see. Next slide gets us, we just thought, okay, let's put ourselves in the future. What does that look like under a model of like 2035, and we forecasted what we thought the fleet mix would look like in 2035. So a lot more electric vehicles, about 23% of the stock is electric at that point. And so again, a lot less revenue coming in fuels tax. So you're going to have to put more on registration in order to achieve basically the same amount of revenue that you would have got in this scenario 2 otherwise. This is a note also, this is the one substantive difference in the final version of the report than what is on the draft version that we had submitted and what's on the slide. The contractor realized they had not relaxed a constraint about letting a recalculation in registration fees based on the registration mix change. And so these numbers go down. So there's actually more revenue being generated. The amount that you need in annual registration fees and like this future state isn't as high in terms of the fee rates as what's on this table. But it's in the final report. It's actually like $89, $208, $312, and $339. So this overall result's still the same, right? But it's just not quite as dramatic. Okay, and then
Hold on a second.
yes.
So is there a reason you didn't include a scaled equity ratio of 1? So like everybody's paying their correct share? Fair share?
Chair Brown, Commissioner Smith, that's a good question. We didn't do it. There's no reason why we couldn't. It
I
would.
think people ought to pay what they're using.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, ultimately, that's where we're headed. Registration fees alone probably aren't the only tool to get us there. It's probably some combination of reg and like fuels tax or something that is, it's a large amount put just on registration. So in fact, the broader HCAS study does have that as an alternative. It's you can see it, they're going to be pretty big increases.
Commissioner Smith, too, I think one point, and it's a really good point that I think it's something we should probably work into the conversation as we begin the next HCAS study that will likely include a component of this. The Section 75 study was designed to try to get the equity ratios among different classes of passenger vehicles to equal each other, not necessarily to get them to up to the level to meet the same that was shown in HCAS. But it is going forward, we'll need to integrate those two things together.
Yeah. I wish I would have thought of that. Good job. Next time.
Catch.
So the next slide, just Travis wanted this one in here because he thought we had to have at least one chart, and it sort of summarizes what we were just showing you on these tables. Really, so the current structure has these pretty low registration fees in the sense of compared to the future state. And the differences between the classes, other than maybe electric vehicles, are really modest. And then what you would need, say, under scenario 2 is pretty big differences, right, between the different classes in order to achieve essentially like they're all contributing the same amount that they need to contribute in order to match the cost that they impose. So, okay, so then that's there. Then we move on to recommendations. The next slide will get us to that piece of it. And this is where we had sent, I sort of badgered you, I'm sorry, for the month of August for feedback on this study because we really wanted it to come, this is an OTC product, to come from you and what you saw as sort of the highlights and what you would be offering to the legislature for them to act on it. These are all going to be, any type of changes has to come from them. So this is our chance to kind of recommend what they would do with that information. So essentially this is kind of the list that we came up with your feedback, and like I don't need to read them all, but it's essentially,
Talk about the second one.
oh yes, simplify the tier fee structure, or limited tier title fee. Okay, I admit that we slipped that one in a little bit because
right now, when the legislature and what created House of 2017, they created tiered registration fees and tiered title fees for passenger vehicles. And while neither one is the exact user fee, the registration fee is a lot closer to a user fee than a title fee is. A title fee is really an ownership document. Vehicles are sold 6-ish years, sort of the average length of the ownership of the vehicle. So it complicates things from us, from the economist types, to have two different tiered structures that you're working with. It would make it a lot easier to just tier the one. The registration fee.
And recognize the difference through the registration.
Yes.
And Vice Chair Byer, I will also say that this has been incredibly difficult for DMV to implement and for customers as well. So for example, when I bought an electric vehicle, my credit union screwed up the tiered title fee, sent in the wrong payment, and so I got a nasty gram from DMV saying we had not paid the correct title fee. That happens a lot more often than you would expect. In fact, it was one of the reasons why our DMV got months behind on titles, because such a huge portion of customer applications came in with the wrong fee. I think that was called out in here, and so we felt that given that we got our hands slapped a little bit about the challenges, it would be good to bring that forward.
It makes sense, because what the case you're making is that the registration fee is part of the use fee on the roads. The title fee is just administration. It's for the customer's protection of who owns the vehicle.
Right, exactly.
It's a recording fee.
And not that registration fees are a perfect user fee also, and I think that's why the fourth bullet is important, because as those fees get higher, you want to keep that opt-out option where you can enroll in the road usage charge program and pay by the mile instead of paying the enhanced registration fees. Because if picture somebody owning maybe an EV and they only drive a couple thousand miles, that per mile cost gets pretty high at a real high registration fee, right? So this would give them a way to say, I want to get out of that, enroll in the Origo program, and I can just pay, again, just based on what I drive, and I don't have to pay this high fee that doesn't matter how many miles I drive.
That's where we want people to end up anyway, is the mileage. Isn't it?
Right.
The one concern, I'm trying to remember, is the registration fee every 4 years or every 6 years?
So the registration fee is on a brand new vehicle, it's 4 years, and then 2 years when you renew it.
So that's important as an option for people with limited means, because that higher fee is pretty big nut to crack for some people.
It's good for 4 years.
Yeah.
But you gotta put the money up front.
Say to drive an EV off the lot is over $600 in upfront registration fee.
Be even more with this.
And what's really
Much
sad is they
You're
put it
looking
in
at
their
almost
loan.
$1,000 on the proposal.
And so it's in the, so, I don't know. This makes me crazy only because, you look at the 20 miles per, 20 miles per gallon. And I realize that person's paying more in mileage, gas tax. But the bottom line is, honestly, I think we're going about this wrong, the way we think about this. I'll just give you my 2 cents, and we'll do what we're doing, but I'm just saying this because I had to get it out there. It's like, you know what? Driving a car is a privilege. And everybody should pay the same amount. Should be a flat registration fee across the, and then we should be taxing the other whatever direction. But I think we're trying to get to where we're fair and equitable in making sure EVs have a piece of it and everything. But again, it's like, you go register your vehicle in other states, we're cheap. And I keep hearing over and over, we don't know how we should pay for all of this road infrastructure, and yet the vehicle is what is causing the road, infrastructure to have to be built. It's a little late now, but it was kind of the conversation I had with you yesterday, Travis, when we were on the bus was, if we taxed on so much per registration vehicle that went towards maintenance and operations of the roads, that we have to maintain, what would that number be? You know, I would be willing to say, I mean, I think most Oregonians that have to drive would say, okay, if you increase my registration by $10 or $15, I'd do it. I mean, and every 2 years. But when you have this, it looks a little wonky, and this is where I'm going with this, is that to the average person who is paying the registration fee, they don't understand this. They're looking at it going, why is that guy that's only getting 20 miles a gallon paying less than me? And that EV person is paying 400 something. So I think that we have to, at some point, be able to educate people to understand what it is that they're paying in their registration.
I don't disagree, but I'm looking at how do we get to equity?
I think it should be
political
like,
environment. And one of the advantages of this kind of an approach is I would assume that more people, maybe not all, rather than paying that $1,000 up front if they want an EV, would choose to join the road users fee program, which over time, as we migrate the fleet, moves us into where you want to be.
When we started the 2020, when we instituted the enhanced registration fees at DMV, right before then, we had about 40 electric vehicles in the program, and immediately started getting increases in electric vehicles in the program as they could opt out of the higher registration fees. And now we have several hundred EVs in the program. So it does work, right? As an incentive to, I don't want to pay these higher fees, so I will pay them per mile.
I suppose one of the things you could make as recommendation would be as an alternative to move all vehicles to a road user charge. With a baseline. I don't think that's likely.
Well, it's also got to bring equity into the, it's got to take care of the equity.
right. Mr. Chair.
Yes.
I think it's a really interesting idea, Vice Chair, because of the equity piece, actually. And if you have a vehicle with less than 20 miles per gallon fuel efficiency, it could be because you can't afford to upgrade your vehicle, or it could be because you chose to buy a Hummer, or for whatever reason, you may have a totally different set of circumstances, and you can afford a higher registration fee, but someone with an old car that has really poor efficiency is probably driving a lot less. So if we just transition everyone to the RUC, then that person that can't afford the high registration fee isn't disproportionately bearing the burden of someone with a deliberate choice, a very expensive low-efficiency vehicle, or a very expensive high-efficiency vehicle. So I don't think that that's a crazy idea for the equity reason. But it's going to be.
But we're not going to ask you to change these recommendations.
No registration. Can you rewrite the report?
So don't sweat. I mean, you're okay.
These are thoughts for the next
I think it
iteration.
is.
Yeah, that's the last bullet point, right? Is this was a singular study as designed in-house in 2017, but there's no reason why it should remain a singular study. I think that's part of what came out of this was that we're constantly evolving, and this study needs to be updated regularly in order to be meaningful 5 years from now. So.
It does. And I think the other piece of it is as we're moving towards a transportation bill, looking at these things, because we're just thinking outside the box at anything that we can figure out how to deal with transportation funding in the state of Oregon. And so for us, that's why we're bringing up these just really weird ideas, because we've spent way too much time together talking about, what about this? Would this work? So, you have more slides for us.
No, I don't. That is the end of the slide, so we would ask your approval of the study to go to the legislature and any of the recommendations you wish to approve to accompany that study.
With the recommendations.
Yeah, with these recommendations.
Second.
So we'll do a vote. Commissioner Chapman? Aye. Commissioner Smith? Aye.
Aye.
Yeah, and I'm Commissioner Brown, and I vote aye. So it's, I'm getting really tired here. Okay, and Sabrina, we can move with that letter. Thank you very much. And send off that recommendation today.
Excellent, thank you.
One last thing. We have on here two things.
The last one, the
Although
last one will remove.
we are going to remove item M, the strategic action plan again, because our staff is out.
I'm just wondering if we need a little 5-minute break, or if Amanda and Matt can do it in less than 30 minutes.
Yep. We're gonna come to, so is everyone okay with that?
You got the information, they're still coming back again. And since.
I think that they gave us an overview, kind of to tee it up, and now.
Since they're not presenting to me, I can.
We ready?
Are you?
Go.
We can't be. We're ready.
You're ready. All right, let her roll. If we were in Pendleton, I'd say let her back.
So I'm Amanda Peets, Administrator for the Policy Data and Analysis Division.
And again, Commission Macklin, Delivery and Operations Division Administrator. Go ahead and go to the next slide. I'm going to take the first two slides and then turn it to my colleague, Ms. Peets. So just refresh, we're talking the 2730 STIP. All right, so it's out a bit. You'll recall in July when we were in Pendleton, we spent a long time talking about the needs of the transportation system, what we're anticipating in terms of funding, and setting up this conversation for how we make a funding allocation decision soon with the commission related to 2730. Started this conversation last spring, and we don't gavel down on our draft STIP until 2026. So right, this is the long road of STIP development process. Next slide, please. So what we're bringing you in November is a decision or an action item. This is our stepwise approach to how we work through the STIP in terms of the funding allocation of the policy decision. So really getting your last bit of feedback before we do an actual motion in front of you in November, specific to the funding allocation itself. Next slide, please. So just a really quick refresher, certainly a lot of things are going on in the world of transportation that are impacting our reality of what the STIP's going to deal with. I'll just highlight a couple real quick ththings for you. Number one is IIJA, the federal infrastructure law. It expires during this time frame, right? So we don't have much sense for what that future will look like. Hopefully we'll get another federal funding package, but don't know for now. So we're assuming a much smaller amount of funds. Our ADA program costs, as this commission certainly knows, we've had to invest a significant amount of money. We're kind of in the peak of that program during this STIP cycle that we're discussing. And then finally, we know our costs of inflation are certainly still impacting how much we're able to deliver. Next slide, please. And then just kind of touching on the needs of the system, certainly we're focused on safety. We're also focusing on how to close our gaps in the public and an active transportation network. We've certainly heard about some of that today through the course of the conversation. Already mentioned our ADA needs. Certainly we want to continue to do what we can to mitigate climate impacts, and then we, of course, know our infrastructure. We're in a disinvestment cycle, right? So what are we doing to maintain, not only through our maintenance forces, but also through just preserving that infrastructure. And if you're in bridge that I mentioned earlier, a good example, right? Bridges don't last 130 years, right? We're lucky to get 100. Last slide for me, just to refresh your memory on our categories of funding as we look at this STIP. And we've done a comparison of what we think the funding will be for the 2730 STIP in these categories as compared to the 24/7, 24/27 STIP. Just on whole, that's about 14% less funding. So not only we're struggling with all the demands on the funds we are receiving or anticipate receiving, it is 14% less. The last study, the one we're in the middle of right now, you just gaveled down on that not too long ago, was 6% less than the last one before. So we're in this cycle of less funding overall. On the far right, that's what we're anticipating in what we're calling unallocated funds, which is really the decision before you in November and how best to use those dollars. We think we're around 70 million. Amanda will talk here in just a second about our thoughts for how to best use that. Around 70 million over 3 years, right? So we're not talking about a significant amount of money compared to maybe past STIPs. A couple things I'd highlight is our enhanced program. We zeroed that out in this current thinking for the 2730 STIP. So we've done that. ADA, you can certainly see the impact that program and that priority is having on our funding. And then finally, the question always comes up, what's in the other category? That's a hodgepodge of program areas. Things like what we're doing, some of the new federal programs like our carbon reduction and protect programs are in there. Also our investment in 82nd Avenue. We're making that final payment for that jurisdictional transfer, as well as things that we do to inspect and load rate our bridges. That gives you a bit of a picture of how that STIP looks compared to the past STIP, but really drawing your eye to that final column on the right. Just how little funds we do think we're going to have for the commission to direct. And I'll turn.
All right, next slide, please. So I was hoping to do the ta-da, we have 70 million, but Max told me $100. And so, as Mac mentioned, it's not a lot of funds. If we look at past STIP cycles and making decisions, we're 3-4 times that amount often that you're deciding how to allocate and program for things. Just acknowledging the photograph here from Eastern Oregon out of the last commission meetings. You've been out to the maintenance stations. You've seen firsthand some of the challenges and struggles that they go through and the needs that we have on our system. So it's pretty challenging when we have a 14% reduction overall in our federal funds, as Matt was talking about. So taking the feedback that we heard from July from you, when we shared the doom and gloom outlook of what our system really looks like, and with these funds, we heard an interest in safety, certainly recognizing the preservation and maintenance needs that we have overall, and then did get into some discussion about the need to up our revenue overall because we have some clear needs on our transportation system. And so the way I'll take that and interpret it for what I'll present to you today is how can we maximize those limited dollars that we have? They are very limited. Next slide, please. So before going into kind of where staff is leaning and providing you recommendation, what your feedback on, I did want to look at the kind of overall STIP picture where we're talking about $3 billion. The vast majority of that, like in past, is directed towards really specific programs and uses. So that might be bridge, safety, active transportation. And I think that's the challenge when we look at the smaller amount is when we've had larger amounts we've been directed into those program areas and buckets. So thinking about with the limited resources we do have, how do we maximize that? And we are centering really around the goals that are recently adopted in the Oregon Transportation Plan that you set forward to try to make sure that as we make these investments in every single category, we're mindful of trying to make progress on these various things. In particular, the plan calls for adding a safety, climate, and equity lens to our investment decisions and other decisions that we make. So we're being very intentional with the directed funds. We've hired a consultant to really dive down deep with us and see, within our various programs, how are we even identifying projects in the first place? And then how are we prioritizing those and trying to find projects that reduce fatalities and serious injuries, that don't increase greenhouse gas emissions or that add resilience to our transportation system, or that are making sure that this system is accessible for everyone. In particular, trying to address gaps in Black, Indigenous, people of color, and low-income communities. So really trying to dive in with the limited dollars we do have and try to make meaningful progress on some of those outcomes. So as we talk about the unallocated funds and a proposal that we'll put forward today, just to get your leading on, we really are trying to continue those lenses through safety, climate, and equity. And using the feedback of how do we maximize our resources, our proposal is to try to leverage funds. So instead of putting them in individual buckets, how can we look at ways that we can achieve multiple things simultaneously, really directed at our objectives and those outcomes that we're talking about here. And so we, as Matt mentioned, are making a significant investment in ADA projects right now. There's a number across the state in all different areas of the state. And so as we make those type of investments, how can we look for not just addressing the curb ramp, but making sure the sidewalk is continuous after that curb ramp, to make sure that the road that meets it is workable, and to address critical safety issues as part of that. And so it really is trying to look at the way that we can be strategic about our investments, not just opportunistic. So one could say, oh, well, you're just saying that while you're there, you'll throw some money towards something else. We're trying to look at a really community perspective and the highest needs. And so in that way, we're trying to overlay what's the highest safety needs across the state, what are the highest bicycle and pedestrian needs, and so on, so that we're really trying to focus these dollars more like a Great Streets approach, right? It's more of a community approach where we're trying to say, while we're there, let's address these other high priority issues. And so in that way, we can see a better return on investment. In some cases, we might do 3 projects for the price of 2. So there is some benefits in this type of direction. Mac, anything else you want to add?
I think just simply, Amanda, well said. I think we have an opportunity where in every community, especially with the ADA curb ramp projects, but also you think about a paving project or a bridge project, just where is that opportunity? I think we've tried this in the past, a bit more opportunistic, a bit more the region knows, and as we're working with the community, those opportunities. I think we want to up that game a bit to say where are the safety impacts that we can address. At the same time, we're applying that climate equity lens to it to target that, and that's a bit of the internal dynamics of how we're building a STIP and gain that. I will say for ADA projects, curb ramps, when we're combining that with a pavement project, we know we're getting a much lower cost, right, on whole, as an economy of scale. We know that. And I think given the investment in ADA and where we're finding ourselves in the bulk of that program being delivered in this time frame, with a much better plan, programmed out, forecast where those projects, maybe as compared to where we were a few years ago, where we were kind of paying as we went and kind of getting our feet under us. So it's a good opportunity, but not just leveraging the ADA projects, but leveraging all the projects that we've done in the system, in the STIP. I will say, I think that the weight for this, in terms of this recommendation, comes down to us showing those outcomes. So that's what's been on my mind as I think about us putting this forward, this approach. A little bit of the trust, right? Trust us, and we're going to make those recommendations, make those good investment decisions, but also how are we tracking out that? And I think the last STIP cycle, we sort of struggled with that, honestly. It was a new approach for how are we embracing that climate equity safety lens, but really ramping that up. So to Amanda's point, the consultant team has been really helping us think through how are we going to measure outcomes as we're delivering those projects. So.
Yeah, I think the benefit in that is because when we break things up into individual programs, they have their own specific focus areas. This is a way to kind of pull back and say from an objective basis, how do we try to get there?
Well said.
So with that, we'd love to hear any feedback if that's seeming like a reasonable direction, you'd like to hear more information, or if you have other preferences or things that you'd like us to consider.
Yeah, I like the approach. My question is, have you formulated what the feedback loop to us is on how the projects are going to be selected? What does that look like?
Yeah, I think that's Chair Brown, Chair Smith. That's a great question, and I think something that we absolutely should be coming back with and sharing publicly so that we can continue to build trust, as Mac put it. So partly, I think we can come back in a future meeting, share some work that we're doing to do that overlay of priorities that I mentioned, and that will take the form of more or less a hotspot map. We can start to see visually where some of those strategic investments come up, how we use criteria to select those priorities, and how we see those types of things advancing towards the outcomes that we say that we want to achieve.
And you did mention that you have a consultant working on that piece of how to score. Is that correct?
So the consultant that we have is playing more up in the directed space of projects. So the vast majority of funds from the STIP, when they do go into individual program areas within that, what is the criteria that we're looking at to identify projects in the first place, and then that go into our project selection, as well as do we have thresholds or other considerations or targets that we're putting to the discipline of project selection. So that's part of the work that we're doing in the dedicated space. In the unallocated space is where we're doing the kind of overlay of multiple priorities to see where the best investments
that can benefit communities are.
One thing, if I may, Chair Brown, Commissioner Smith, to your point, I think if we remember the timeframe we're on in this development, so we're going to bring you back a formal recommendation for action to allocate the funds in November. But we're spending the next 2 years scoping and selecting this project. So I think we'll have a great opportunity as we get into the motions to be able to come back and report, here's how we think the outcomes are playing out as we're moving towards the selection. And I think, honestly, as we get to the draft step, your big approval of the draft step, be a great opportunity for us to kind of wrap this all together. So what did we get? Frankly, if we are successful with 25 funding, right, how does that impact the same time frame? What can we learn over the next 2 years building up to that in terms of our project selection process? So I think there's a lot of opportunity here in the next year and a half, 2 years.
Just real quick, Amanda, when you mentioned hotspot map, it made me think of the conversation we just had at the tri-state meeting with Allie Kelly from the Ray, and using GIS software to actually literally map, where are safety-focused projects, where are climate-focused projects, and where is there overlap, and how do we prioritize based on those synergies to try to have sort of cross-cutting projects and maximize our limited resources. Love to work on that with you.
Yeah, Chair Brown and Commissioner Chapman, that sounds great. I geek out about it. I'm actually super excited. We have GIS folks, and I've seen some prototypes, and I was like, this is pretty cool. This is great. So, absolutely.
Does you have any comments?
Nope. Sounds good.
Great.
So I think commissioners will plan on bringing back the formal action for you in November. I think we can even be a little shorter with our presentation then. We spent a lot of time building up to this point. But yes, we'll bring that back to you in November.
Well, I appreciate you wrapping this up and making it short and sweet for us. Well, I know that some of the backside of this is we have individual conversations with staff over this and give input as things are going, not as a full body, but as individuals. So, it makes it easier to get to where we have slides here and we can look at this. So thank you for doing the hard work and put up, and we look forward to November. With that said, is there any other comments from any of the commissioners before we adjourn? Okay, it has been a busy week. So, again, oh, you do? Okay, too.
I just wanted to thank Sabrina for all of her hard work yesterday, because she went above and beyond.
Appreciate it.
Yes, it's been a challenge, hasn't it? So, but we made it, and yes, and our technical staff,
Yep.
thank you so much. That said, our next meeting will be November 9th, the Portland area at Daimler, is that correct?
I just confirmed with them that we'll be at Daimler headquarters.
All right, so with that said, we're adjourned.
Well, have a good trip.
Thank you.
Yes. No, I don't know. How many miles ago?
What? No, you're not gonna beat me.
Yeah, no.
And you have a great trip too.
I will.
Yeah.
It'll be interesting.
Hopefully the grocery shopping goes quickly.
Has he already done the grocery shopping?
No.
What?
No.
You're gonna have to go home and do it?
I don't